Chapter 353. Seeing the remains of the Azura Demon Emperor's upper body being burned into nothingness by the primordial 8 slashes, Zhou Jie couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The might of the primordial 8 slashes was indeed terrifying. With it, Zhou Jie's battle prowess could almost double. Without the primordial 8 slashes, with the strength displayed by the Azura Demon Emperor, even if Zhou Jie could defeat him, he wouldn't be able to completely crush him. Killing him would be even more difficult. But once the primordial 8 slashes was used, just 4 attacks with superimposed might directly killed the Azura Demon Emperor. The difference between before and after was obvious. Of course, before Zhou Jie broke through to Monarch, the infinite 100 slashes could be superimposed to a dozen or so slashes. But now that he used the primordial 8 slashes to execute the infinite 100 slashes, Zhou Jie was aware that it was impossible for him to achieve 8 slashes. However, the superimposed might of each slash was also much stronger than before. Overall, the percentage increase in power of the ultimate slashes was still greatly increased. Zhou Jie didn't feel too much joy after killing the Azura Demon Emperor, nor did he continue to slaughter his subordinates. He only carved a line of words in the palace: "Those who kill indiscriminately will be killed by Tianheng." Zhou Jie used the primordial 8 slashes to write these few words, and each word exuded a terrifying might. For a short period of time, no one below monarch level could get close. After doing all this, Zhou Jie headed to the Mirror Lake Ocean. That was precisely the vicinity of the entrance indicated on the treasure map. By the time Zhou Jie arrived at the Mirror Sea Lake, it was already more than 10 days later. He first spent a few hours to find the locations marked on the treasure map in reality. There were a total of 5 locations. They were the island in the center of the Mirror Sea Lake, the ancient blood tree in the Autumn Ren Mountain, the cave halfway up the cliff, the Weeping River Demonis Stone, and a statue in the ancient Earth Plain. According to the instructions on the treasure map, Zhou Jie needed to activate these 5 locations with specific simple mark. Then, the entrance to the treasure would appear at the junction between the Mirror Sea Lake and the Autumn Ren Mountain. However, after inspecting all of this, Zhou Jie couldn't help but worry about a problem. The distance between these 5 places was even greater than what Zhou Jie had imagined. How big of a commotion would it cause when the entrances to these 5 places were activated? If this attracted some imperial monarchs, then the consequences. Zhou Jie didn't know what the consequences would be, so he decided to investigate the surroundings of the 5 places before opening the entrance to make sure that he knew what might happen when the entrance opened. After a few minutes of exploration, Zhou Jie discovered that this area was very desolate. There were absolutely no traces of people. With the Mirror Lake Sea as the center, there were no animals within a radius of 500 miles. The only plant life was at Mount Akuren. However, just as Zhou Jie planned to explore the surroundings for a while more, he discovered a mountain in the distance. Originally, there was nothing special about this mountain. Although there were plants and other animals, Zhou Jie didn't care about them at all. However, when Zhou Jie casually scanned the top of the mountain with his perception, Zhou Jie's heart suddenly thumped. Then, Zhou Jie sensed the top of the mountain again. As a result, his expression became a little ugly. There was an imperial monarch on the top of the mountain. Zhou Jie was simply speechless. In the outside world, one might not be able to find 1 or 2 imperial monarchs in an entire star field. However, in the imperial blood domain, just in the area that Zhou Jie passed by on the 9th continent, he had discovered 3. He had even sensed 1 on the way. Even if an imperial monarch is thousands of miles away, if the opening of the entrance causes a huge commotion, he will still be able to detect it easily. This is great. Zhou Jie sighed inwardly. For a moment, he was worried that he couldn't think of a good solution. But soon, Zhou Jie had an idea. He thought that he could set up a formation to isolate the fluctuations released when the entrance opened. With this idea, Zhou Jie quickly took action. He turned around and returned to the Mirror Lake Sea. After that, Zhou Jie began to study the formation to isolate fluctuations according to the characteristics of the 5 places. Fortunately, this formation wasn't particularly difficult. He didn't even need any formation materials to set it up successfully. Therefore, on the 9th day after he started studying, Zhou Jie finished setting up the formation and completed the test of the formation's effect. Alright, I can open the entrance now. The formation's test was correct. Zhou Jie could not help but excitedly mutter to himself. With a flash, he arrived at the weeping river that was closest to him. The weeping river's water was light yellow and rather calm. The Demoness stone protruded from the middle of a riverbed. It was named after its strange shape, resembling a demoness. However, the Demoness stone clearly did not exist naturally. It had been engraved with laws, or it would not have existed in perfect condition until now. Zhou Jie arrived in the air above the Demoness stone. After carefully sensing it, he chose to engrave a mark in the middle of the Demoness stone. The power of laws on the Demoness stone immediately surged out and devoured the mark. In the next second, the Demoness stone turned completely red. The invisible power of laws extended in 2 specific directions, the transverse cliff and the ancient earth plane. Zhou Jie followed the planned sequence and went to the ancient earth plane. He activated the sculptures there, then the Mirror Lake Sea, the Autumn Rin Mountain, and finally the transverse cliff. After the 5 places were activated, the fluctuations in the 5 directions connected, completely activating the power of laws in the 5 places. Suddenly, 5 pillars of light shot up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they tore apart the isolation formation set up by Zhou Jie and gathered together to form a halo. Zhou Jie was speechless. He had spent so much time setting up the formation, but in the end it was nothing. Zhou Jie was speechless. The halo that had gathered turned into a stream of light and directly blasted into the distance at the foot of the Autumn Rin Mountain and the Mirror Lake. The entrance is about to open. Zhou Jie saw this and immediately became excited again. He flew straight to the entrance. When Zhou Jie arrived near the entrance, the stream of light had already torn open a void doorway, which was the entrance to the treasure trove. Zhou Jie was worried that this entrance wouldn't last for long. So after a second of hesitation, he plunged into it, not caring whether the imperial monarch nearby would discover the fluctuations here. On the top of the mountain 600 miles away from the Mirror Lake Sea, there was a small wooden house. Inside the house was the imperial monarch that Zhou Jie had sensed that day, Imperial Monarch Greenwood. Imperial Monarch Greenwood was also an initial stage Imperial Monarch. Moreover, he was a loose cultivator who didn't establish or rely on any force. However, his reputation in the 9th mainland was actually much greater than the Azura Demon Emperor. It wasn't for anything else, but because he had once lost his temper for a beauty, and killed a foreign race cultivator who was also an initial stage Imperial Monarch. He abhorred evil, and coupled with his powerful strength, even an Imperial Monarch like the Azura Demon Emperor couldn't wait to avoid him. At this very moment, Imperial Monarch Greenwood opened his eyes in confusion. He flashed out of the house and looked in the direction of the Mirror Lake Sea. Not long later, Imperial Monarch Greenwood confirmed the fluctuations and immediately set off for the Mirror Lake Sea. When Zhou Jie entered the void doorway, and discovered that it was a passageway that was similar to the entrance to the myriad ancient sacred world, he couldn't help but feel shock. He had some understanding of the myriad ancient sacred world, and he was basically sure that it was created by an Imperial Monarch realm expert. Since this entrance was similar to the myriad ancient sacred world, Zhou Jie couldn't help but suspect that this treasure trove was also created by an Imperial Monarch realm expert. Even if it wasn't, it was an existence that wasn't far away. After crossing the void doorway, Zhou Jie's eyes flashed. Closely after, a vast bright golden space appeared in front of him. However, before Zhou Jie had the time to take in the scenery in front of him, he discovered that a piece of light paper, formed by the power of law, had appeared in front of him. Zhou Jie subconsciously took the light paper. When he saw that there were various routes on it, he was instantly overjoyed. Without a doubt, this was the route map of the treasure trove. In this case, wouldn't Zhou Jie be like a fish in water? Immediately after, Zhou Jie scanned his current environment. He discovered that the space he was in was like a spherical nest. It had a diameter of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. The space was extremely stable, causing Zhou Jie's speed to be less than 1% of the speed of the outside world. And above this spherical space, there was a sphere similar to the sun. It was because of its existence that the spherical space was covered in golden light and was quite bright. Then, Zhou Jie carefully looked at the route drawn on the light paper map and found that the spherical space he was in was a starting point. There were 4 entrances from it. Each entrance was connected to a similar spherical space, and these 4 spherical spaces were connected to 4 other spherical spaces. Each spherical space plus the entrance had 5 entrances in total. After that, the 16 spherical spaces were connected to 4 other spherical spaces. After that, the 16 spherical spaces were connected to 4 other spherical spaces. In total, there were 341 spherical spaces. Also, the danger level of the other 340 spherical spaces was marked on the light paper, except for the initial spherical space where Zhou Jie was. The 340 spherical spaces were marked with 3 different bright symbols. Among them, the green symbol meant that there were treasures and low danger, the yellow symbol meant that there were treasures but very dangerous, and the red symbol meant that there were no treasures but very dangerous. On the light paper, almost half of the spherical spaces were marked with red symbols, and the remaining half were marked with green and yellow symbols. After understanding the situation, Zhou Jie carefully studied the route he should take. Although the red symbols took up almost half of the spherical spaces, there were still some routes that could be green from the beginning to the end. That was, from the starting point to the last spherical space, there would be green symbols on the light paper. Zhou Jie quickly chose a completely green route. Just as he was about to take action, he coincidentally sensed a fluctuation behind him at this moment. "Damn it!" Zhou Jie secretly exclaimed. He turned around and saw a man in a green robe floating not far away from him. His eyes were focused on Zhou Jie like spotlights. It was Emperor Greenwood. Chapter 354. In fact, as soon as Zhou Jie sensed the fluctuation behind him, he wanted to put away the paper of light in his hand. But when he did so, he was surprised to find that the paper of light had the power of law, so he couldn't put it in the space ring. When Zhou Jie wanted to hide it on his body, it was too late. Emperor Greenwood appeared behind him and saw the paper of light in Zhou Jie's hand. If Zhou Jie hurriedly put it away at this time, it would seem that he was guilty of possessing a treasure. Therefore, Zhou Jie just folded the paper of light and held it in his hand. He turned around with a calm expression and looked at Emperor Greenwood. Emperor Greenwood looked up and down at Zhou Jie and glanced at the paper of light in Zhou Jie's hand. Then he asked, "Did you open this secret realm?" "Yes, so what?" Zhou Jie heard the question and answered with a question. Emperor Greenwood saw Zhou Jie's calm answer and his uncontrollable arrogance. He felt that Zhou Jie was not a person to be trifled with, so he immediately changed the topic and said, "Nothing, just asking. Can I know what that is in your hand?" When Zhou Jie heard the question, he was a little surprised. Emperor Greenwood's attitude was extremely polite, which was really rare. At this point, Zhou Jie was less hostile to him. But the paper of light was so important that Zhou Jie was still worried that Emperor Greenwood would want to rob him after knowing the use of the paper of light. So Zhou Jie thought for a while and refused to answer. "It's not convenient for me to tell you. I have to look for treasures here. You can help yourself." After saying this, Zhou Jie no longer paid attention to Emperor Greenwood. He turned around and flew to one of the 4 passages in the spherical space. According to the paper of light, among the 4 passages in the initial spherical space, one was purely dangerous, one had treasures but was basically safe, and the last 2 were both dangerous and lucky. Although Zhou Jie was worried that Emperor Green would follow him, Zhou Jie still chose the safe passage because of the temptation of treasures. However, to Zhou Jie's surprise, when Emperor Greenwood saw that Zhou Jie was about to enter the tunnel, he turned around and flew to another tunnel on the left side of Zhou Jie. He did not follow Zhou Jie. At this moment, Zhou Jie felt speechless. Fortunately, the passage chosen by Emperor Greenwood was one where danger and opportunity coexisted. It was not a bad choice. It was good news for Zhou Jie that Emperor Greenwood didn't follow him. After all, no one would be willing to be followed by a stranger who wanted to share the benefit. Zhou Jie followed the chosen passage and came to a spherical space on the 2nd floor without any obstacles. He found that although the shape of the space here was similar to the first one, the environment inside was completely different. There were countless light cyan transparent creatures that looked like mosquito larvae, but these creatures were as big as an adult's fist. To be honest, when Zhou Jie saw these transparent creatures for the first time, he was inevitably shocked. But then he was a little confused. According to the paper of light, there should be treasures here. But when he first looked around and then scanned with his perception, he found that except for these transparent creatures, there seemed to be nothing else here. Zhou Jie was helpless. After thinking about it, he studied a transparent creature beside him. Zhou Jie grabbed a transparent creature. He first sensed it carefully and found that most of its body seemed to have no special features. The only thing that made Zhou Jie feel a little strange was that there was a small sac in the front of its head, which stored some dark cyan liquid. Zhou Jie found that his perception could not penetrate it because his perception was destroyed as soon as it touched the liquid. Curious, Zhou Jie squeezed the front of the transparent creature's head. The transparent creature was strongly stimulated and suddenly shrank its whole body. But its head suddenly expanded, and then the liquid in the sac on its head was fiercely spurted out. Zhou Jie was bold and did not feel that the liquid of the transparent creature was dangerous. He immediately reached out and grabbed the liquid with his left hand. However, something that shocked Zhou Jie happened. When his left hand touched the liquid, it was instantly corroded to the bone, and he felt nothing except a trace of coldness on his hand. Seeing how terrifying this corrosive liquid was, Zhou Jie subconsciously tried to use his soul force to dispel it. But then, he realized that this corrosive liquid couldn't be sensed, and his soul force would be destroyed if it touched it. So, he had no choice but to cut off his wrist and directly cut off his corroded left hand. What a terrible liquid! After cutting off his wrist, Zhou Jie saw that his cut-off left hand disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye and disappeared in less than 3 seconds. He could not help but exclaim in amazement. Then Zhou Jie could not help but frown. Shouldn't there be no danger here? But these transparent creatures, fortunately, Zhou Jie's eyes lit up. These transparent creatures did not seem to be aggressive, but their liquid had such a terrible corrosive effect. If he could collect it and use it as a weapon, it could be regarded as a treasure. So the treasure here is the liquid of the transparent creature's head. Zhou Jie thought to himself and immediately began to think of a way to collect the liquid of these transparent creatures. But the corrosive liquid of these transparent creatures was too terrible. Zhou Jie could not find a simple material container to store it. So after a period of failed attempts, Zhou Jie took out a disk array and created a special sealing array to compress and store the liquid of the transparent creatures. However, this was not a simple matter. Zhou Jie's attainments in array formations were very high, and he had tried several times before creating such an array formation. Under the control of the disk array's energy, it could stably store the liquid of the transparent creatures and be used at any time. After the array formation was completed, Zhou Jie began to crazily collect the liquid of the transparent creatures' heads. However, because there were countless transparent creatures here, the amount of transparent liquid that could be obtained was inestimable. Moreover, Zhou Jie's sealing array formation had a limited storage capacity. After storing more than 1,000 tons, it reached its limit, so Zhou Jie stopped collecting. Even though Zhou Jie still had 5 formation discs in his possession, Zhou Jie felt that even though the effects of these liquids were shocking, they were still limited when used in actual combat, and they couldn't be utilized as trump cards. In his opinion, they were only icing on the cake, and they were even to the extent that they weren't essential. The amount he'd gathered from a single formation disc was already sufficient. Coupled with the fact that Zhou Jie didn't know when more imperial monarchs would enter this secret realm, he didn't continue staying here and headed directly to the next level. When Zhou Jie and Imperial Emperor Greenwood were exploring the secret realm, they did not notice something. After Zhou Jie opened the entrance, a force field of laws was produced at the entrance. In the beginning, Imperial Emperors did not take this force field seriously. It slowly and continuously absorbed the surrounding energy of heaven and earth. It seemed to be maintaining the opening of the entrance. It was very normal. However, the force field was ceaselessly strengthening. Moreover, the stronger it grew, the faster it grew, and the more terrifying the energy of heaven and earth it devoured became. Early on, when Imperial Emperor Greenwood entered the secret realm, he'd sensed that something was off about the force field at the entrance. However, how could he who was similarly anxious to search for treasures pay any attention to this? So, he directly disregarded it and entered the secret realm. In a short period of over 10 minutes after Imperial Emperor Greenwood entered the secret realm, the force field underwent a tremendous change. The energy of the laws of devour it created directly absorbed all the energy of heaven and earth in an area of 500,000 kilometers, and it expanded its area of devour at a speed of a few tens of thousands of kilometers per second. Even though such devouring didn't cause any direct harm to living beings, ordinary living beings would definitely be unable to survive for long when the energy of the heavens and the earth was taken away. Moreover, it was impossible for cultivators to choose to stay in such an area. The commotion caused by the devouring of such a large area naturally drew a few imperial monarchs to spectate in a single day. On the next day, it was even to the extent that many imperial monarchs in the 9 heavens had noticed this situation as well. The 9 heavens star was the collective name given to the 9 gigantic celestial bodies above the imperial blood region. Just like the 10 earths below, the 9 celestial bodies were simply named the first celestial body, the second celestial body, and so on. First celestial body, Inspector Heavenly Alliance, Inspector Heavenly Immortal Manor. This was the residence of the Inspector Heavenly Alliance's leader, Empyrean Lord Inspector. It was also the core of the Inspector Heavenly Alliance, and as the strongest faction on the first celestial body, the Inspector Heavenly Alliance mainly relied on Empyrean Lord Inspector. He was known as the strongest person in the Imperial Blood region, the strongest in the Imperial Blood domain. Even if it was an ordinary Imperial monarch, he couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this title. After all, the Imperial Blood domain was extremely large and chaotic, and there were countless experts within it. Moreover, most of them were wild, unruly, and liked to be supreme. In such an environment, the strength of an expert that was given such a title was obvious. So, how could it not cause the expressions of ordinary imperial monarchs to change? At this moment, in the Inspector Heavenly Immortal Manor, a white-robed, tall Empyrean Lord Inspector with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes was receiving a report from his disciple, Empyrean Lord Nine Sword. The content of the report was regarding the entrance to the mystic realm that Zhou Jie had opened. After hearing Empyrean Lord Nine Sword's report, Empyrean Lord Inspector's sword-like eyebrows moved slightly, but his expression remained calm as he said, "From the looks of it, perhaps the legendary treasure mystic realm left behind by the ancient sacred emperor has opened. Since it's opened, it's mine. When Empyrean Lord Nine Sword heard this, he pondered for a moment before reminding, Master, you're right. However, you can't be careless. The heavenly Empress concubine must have received the news as well. In addition, the divine light Empyrean Lord and the others are not easy to deal with. I advise you to go as soon as possible. Upon hearing Empyrean Lord Nine Sword's words, the corners of Empyrean Lord Inspector's mouth curled up slightly as he said with a faint smile, Oh you. However, only you would dare to remind me like this. I'm inexplicably excited to see the Empress concubine again. Chapter 355. The Sixth-Star, Mysterious Heaven Star Palace Island. This was the residence of the Xiantian princess. There was only one palace and 3 floating islands. Each island was hundreds of miles in diameter. They surrounded the palace in the center in a triangular shape. The palace was slightly smaller than the floating islands, which made it strange that the palace was in the middle of the 3. There were only a few people on each of the 3 floating islands. The weakest of them was a Lord-level cultivator. However, there was only one Emperor-level cultivator, Tianqi Emperor. He was the follower of the Xiantian princess. The Xiantian princess lived alone in the central mysterious Heaven Star Palace. She was usually the only one in the huge palace. This showed how cold and arrogant the Xiantian princess was. Even her follower, Tianqi Emperor, could not enter her palace at will. However, one day, Tianqi Emperor sent a message to the Xiantian princess outside the Star Palace, saying that he had something important to report. After getting a response from the Xiantian princess, he entered the Star Palace for the first time in hundreds of years and saw the Xiantian princess. The Xiantian princess in a black and white robe was sitting on the main seat of the Star Palace. She had a peerless face that seemed to be carved out of ice. Her eyebrows and hair were snow-white. Her eyes were purple, deep and bright. It was as if she could make people fall in love with her at first glance. Her figure was graceful and her skin was as white as snow. However, the muscle lines under her skin were very clear and shining, showing the terrifying power of her body. Tianqi, what's the matter? The Xiantian princess leaned on the side of the armrest with her elbow. However, she did not give off the feeling of laziness. Her voice was also very cold, as if she was an emotionless machine. Although the Xiantian princess was cold, Tianqi Emperor could not hide the admiration in his eyes when he saw her. At this time, when he heard the Xiantian princess's question, his body trembled subtly, as if he was too excited. Then, he quickly adjusted his breathing and tried to make his voice sound magnetic as he replied, Your Highness, the treasure's secret realm that you asked me to pay attention to seems to have appeared. It has caused a huge commotion. Now, almost all the Emperor-level cultivators in Jiutian City know about it. Hearing this news, the Xiantian princess's originally expressionless face was slightly moved. There was even a trace of unconcealable joy in the depths of her eyes. However, it was only for a moment after hearing the news. The Xiantian princess's face became calm again, but there was a different look in her eyes. She then said, Princess, very good. Where is it? The Xiantian princess asked. Xiantian princess. Where? The Xiantian princess asked. Xiantian princess. Xiantian princess was happy. Xiantian princess was. Emperor Xiantian princess. Xiantian princess was happy. Xiantian princess. Emperor Tianqi replied quickly. He suppressed his excitement and requested to go with the Xiantian princess. The Xiantian princess did not seem to think too much about it. She nodded and said, Okay, let's go now. Emperor Tianqi's joy was about to swallow him like a tide. It was the first time in thousands of years that he was so happy. The last time he was so happy was when the Xiantian princess agreed to follow him. While the 9 heavens and 10 earths were all shocked by the opening of the legendary treasure trove of the ancient divine emperor, Zhou Jie and Emperor Greenwood had already been exploring it for a long time. Emperor Greenwood did not have the paper of light. He chose a dangerous spherical space the second time. As a result, he was trapped in it. It took him more than 3 days to get out of the passage to the 3rd floor. However, what greeted him was another purely dangerous spherical space. On the other hand, Zhou Jie followed the instructions of the paper of light. He chose all the spaces that were not dangerous and had treasures. He made a lot of money. However, when Zhou Jie arrived at a spherical space on the 4th floor, he found that the pressure was so great that it made him feel like he was jogging. Therefore, he used Herculean strength and performed the 3000 volts lightning many times before he reached the edge of the 4th floor on the 7th day and entered the safe passage to the 5th floor. When he arrived at a space on the 5th level, Zhou Jie noticed to his surprise that the pressure there was even greater. It was to the extent that even if he erupted forth with all his strength, he would only be able to travel 100 meters per second. This was simply unimaginable to Zhou Jie, who was at the Imperial Monarch realm now. Fortunately, Zhou Jie soon realized that the pressure was manifested through some kind of power of law. Only when one's moving speed reached a certain value would the pressure increase rapidly. If one stood still or just flew at a walking speed, they would not feel the pressure. After comprehending this point, Zhou Jie began to carefully sense his surroundings. However, his perception was also severely limited here. It was not as useful as the vision of his physical body. So Zhou Jie simply gave up on his perception and looked around to his left, right, and front. Behind him was the entrance of the passage. He found that this place could be said to be a mirror space. There were silver-white lumps everywhere that could reflect his image. These lumps were of different sizes and were scattered in the space without any pattern. They looked like mere decorations. Zhou Jie looked for a while and did not find anything special. Therefore, he continued to fly forward. Soon, he came to the nearest huge silver-white object. He first sensed it, then reached out to touch and push it. Zhou Jie sensed the silver-white object but found nothing. However, when he tried to push it, he was surprised to find that although the silver-white object seemed to be floating, it could not be moved at all. So, these things are fixed in the air? Zhou Jie used 70% of his strength, but could not move the silver-white object at all. He could not help but choose to give up moving it and frowned. Zhou Jie stopped beside the silver-white object and thought for a while. Finally, he decided to ignore these silver-white objects everywhere. There should be treasures here. Let's find where the treasures are. Zhou Jie thought as he continued to fly around and observe the changes in the surrounding environment. However, Zhou Jie's moving speed in this space was pitiful. After flying for more than 10 hours, Zhou Jie saw a light spot in the distance. However, to be honest, the light spot was at least a few thousand miles away from Zhou Jie, and it was blocked by countless silver-white objects. The light spot that Zhou Jie saw was actually a strong scattering of white light. The real light source was still uncertain. However, such a change in light still surprised Zhou Jie. After all, this might be the light emitted by a treasure. Therefore, Zhou Jie did his best to speed up toward the light spot without saying a word. About a day later, Zhou Jie saw the light source. It was an extremely dazzling white light. Zhou Jie could not look directly at it for a long time, and he could not see what substance was in the center. However, intuition told Zhou Jie that it should be a treasure and not a pure luminous energy. At this time, the light source was only a few dozen miles away from Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie accelerated and was within a few dozen meters of the light source in 10 minutes. At this time, Zhou Jie endured the strong light and barely recognized that the core of the light source was a silver object that looked like a Rubik's cube. Because Zhou Jie did not feel the threat of this object, he continued to approach it and reached out to take it. But just when Zhou Jie's hand was less than a meter away from the silver Rubik's Cube, the cube suddenly rotated slightly and burst into a strong dazzling light. The next moment, Zhou Jie found that his consciousness was in a silver-white crystal space. Zhou Jie's consciousness could not help but be shocked. Then, a handsome man in a white ceremonial suit appeared in front of him and smiled directly at him. "Welcome, Challenger. First of all, congratulations on being able to come here. This has already shown your opportunity and ability. I am the device spirit of the Wanjie Rubik's Cube, Magician. According to the instructions left by the master, you only need to pass a small test to obtain the Wanjie Rubik's Cube." Zhou Jie was a little surprised when he heard that. He did not expect that the treasure on the last floor would be so precious that the original master had set up a test. It seems that the Wanjie Rubik's Cube is at least an imperial artifact. It might even be an emperor artifact. Thinking of this, Zhou Jie could not help but be excited. Even for him, the more emperor artifacts the better. Not to mention emperor artifacts, even Zhou Jie would fight over them. Even if Zhou Jie's strength reached the emperor realm, he would naturally be able to obtain at least one emperor artifact from the treasure pavilion. According to Zhou Jie's plan, when his cultivation reached the consummate imperial emperor realm, he would be able to use some emperor artifacts. Moreover, when he reached the emperor realm, he would definitely obtain the primal chaos demon sealing lock, an extraordinary artifact. The more emperor artifacts he had, the better. The sooner he obtained some, the better. Therefore, Zhou Jie immediately agreed with joy. "Senior Device Spirit, please give me the test." Then, the magician told him the content of the test. The Wanjie Rubik's Cube has the ability to change and create boundaries. The silver-white blocks you see outside are actually part of the Wanjie Rubik's Cube. Next, I will give you part of the control of the Wanjie Rubik's Cube. What you need to do is to reassemble the Wanjie Rubik's Cube back to its original state. The time limit is 30 days. If you can reassemble the Wanjie Rubik's Cube within 30 days, I will recognize you as my master. If you fail, you will have no fate with the Wanjie Rubik's Cube. Then, you can go to the next floor and find other opportunities. When Zhou Jie heard that, he thought of the countless silver-white blocks outside and could not help but feel a little speechless. To reassemble those blocks into the Wanjie Rubik's Cube, he could not help but wonder if he could do it within 30 days. Chapter 356. However, Zhou Jie always liked to accept such challenges. So, after a moment of hesitation, he nodded and agreed. Then, he asked the magician to start the test. The test began. As soon as Zhou Jie's consciousness returned to the real space, Zhou Jie saw that the silver-white Rubik's Cube in front of him shot out a misty white light and went straight into his body. Immediately, Zhou Jie was surprised to find that his soul seemed to have a wonderful connection with all the silver-white blocks in this spherical space. It seemed that he could control and move them at will as long as he wanted. In fact, this was indeed the case. From this moment on, Zhou Jie had the ability to move these countless silver-white blocks. It was no longer like before, where his perception couldn't penetrate and his strength couldn't shake them in the slightest. Therefore, Zhou Jie carefully sensed the arrangement of all the silver-white blocks in the spherical space and found that it was even more difficult than he thought to assemble these silver-white blocks into a Rubik's Cube. Putting aside the fact that he had to find a way to combine them, simply stacking these silver-white blocks together would be a very time-consuming task. This was because there were simply too many of these silver-white blocks. There were at least tens of millions of them. And Zhou Jie found that although he could control and move these blocks, their speed was almost fixed. It would take more than a minute for the blocks to touch each other when they were hundreds of meters apart. If I can't find the pattern or method of assembling the Rubik's Cube in advance, I'm afraid it's impossible to restore it. Blindly trying without any clue will only waste a lot of time. And it's only 30 days. It's impossible to move all the silver-white blocks very far away. There must be a special way. After a short moment of sensing, Zhou Jie told himself in his heart. Then, he had an idea and began to study according to his own method of studying formations. At the same time, at the entrance of the ancient divine emperor's treasure realm, Emperor Sentry, who was dressed in snow-white clothes, was escorted by Emperor Nine Sword, Emperor Tianchun, and Emperor Beast God. The area within a radius of dozens of miles around the entrance was calm and tranquil. However, the area beyond that was shrouded by a powerful devouring force, which made it difficult for cultivators below the Imperial Emperor realm to enter, let alone to enter the entrance. Therefore, only cultivators above the Imperial Emperor realm could enter the secret realm of Ancient Divine Emperor. However, if Ancient Divine Emperor had set up another threshold to prevent cultivators of the Imperial Emperor realm from entering, then only cultivators of the Imperial Emperor realm could enter. Emperor Sentry and the others stopped at the entrance for a few seconds. Then, he said, "Several people have entered before us. Let's hurry up." After saying that, Emperor Sentry took the lead and stepped into the void doorway, followed by Emperor Nine Sword and the other two. After arriving at the initial spherical space, Monarch Sentry's team of 4 immediately split into 2 teams. Monarch Sentry and Monarch Nine Sword were in one team, while Monarch Tianchun and Monarch Beast God were in the other team. They each chose a tunnel, and Monarch Tianchun and Monarch Tianchun chose the least dangerous tunnel. Not long after Emperor Sentry and the others arrived, 2 more Emperor Realm practitioners entered one after another. Then, Princess Xian Tian and Emperor Tianqi also came to the initial spherical space. After Princess Xian Tian appeared in the spherical space, her beautiful eyes were filled with excitement. Her expression changed slightly again, as if she was about to smile. Emperor Tianqi had been quietly observing Princess Xian Tian's every move and every change of expression on her face. He could not help but be surprised again. Again, he had never seen Princess Xian Tian so happy. He had always thought that Princess Xian Tian was otherworldly and had no desires. Therefore, he did not dare to have the slightest desire to pursue her. He could only hide his deep love deep in his heart and was willing to be her follower. So even the Empress concubine is happy. Is the treasure of the eternal Holy Emperor really that attractive? As Emperor Tianqi thought of this, his heart began to stir. He could not help but think of the idea of a hero saving the damsel in distress. However, when he thought of the huge gap between his strength and that of the Xian Tian princess, he felt deeply helpless. Sigh, what am I thinking? Princess Xian Tian. How can I be worthy of her? Tianqi Emperor's eyes dimmed as he thought about this. However, Xian Tian princess did not notice this. She was fully focused on exploring the mystic realm. Tianqi, let's go. The Xian Tian princess scanned the 4 entrances one by one. Then, she flew straight to the tunnel that was not dangerous. Soon, Princess Xian Tian and Emperor Tianqi appeared in the spherical space full of transparent creatures. What are these creatures? Emperor Tianqi could not help but be surprised when he saw the entire space was occupied by transparent creatures. Emperor Tianqi was just subconsciously asking this question. Unexpectedly, Princess Xian Tian answered, "This is a kind of cosmic creature called Mu. They only live in certain energy environments. They can produce a kind of venom in their heads that is extremely destructive. You can also understand it as corrosive." Princess Xian Tian, you are so knowledgeable. I admire you so much. Emperor Tianqi could not help but be pleasantly surprised. Princess Xian Tian usually did not talk much. This time, she seemed to be very happy to be here. That was why she answered so many questions at once. However, Princess Xian Tian's eyes suddenly looked away after hearing Emperor Tianqi's praise. She said, "When I was young, my hands were corroded by the venom of the moyu." Emperor Tianqi could not help but be shocked when he heard this. His face was filled with disbelief. Princess Xian Tian realized that she had said something she should not have said. So, her expression became cold again. She said, "Don't worry about the Moyu. Let's continue." Then, Princess Xian Tian led Emperor Tianqi to choose a safe passage until they came to a passage that led to the 5th level. This was the passage that Zhou Jie had entered. However, Princess Xian Tian and Emperor Tianqi could not enter this passage. This was because this passage was blocked by the power of the spatial laws the moment Zhou Jie began the magician test. Someone has already entered this passage. Let's change to another one. Princess Xian Tian did not try to break through the passage. She did not doubt that she could not break through the power of the spatial laws. She knew very well what kind of existence the ancient divine emperor was. Therefore, Xian Tian Princess led Tianqi Emperor to another passageway that led to the 5th level. This passageway was similarly safe. The reason why the Xian Tian Princess did not choose to wait at the entrance of the passageway that Zhou Jie had chosen was because she knew that someone was undergoing a test to obtain a treasure. She did not know how long it would take. Her most important goal was to find the legacy left behind by the ancient emperor. She desperately needed this legacy. Compared to it, all the other treasures in the Mystery Land were like floating clouds. Even if an emperor weapon was placed in front of her, she would not choose not to accept this legacy first. Emperor Tianqi always obeyed Princess Xian Tian. Therefore, although he was puzzled as to why he did not try to break the space barrier at the passage, he did not hesitate to follow Princess Xian Tian. Not long after Princess Xian Tian and Emperor Tianqi explored the 5th level, Zhou Jie finally found a way to restore the Wanjie Rubik's Cube. Yes, distance. Regardless of whether these blocks have the same shape, according to the preliminary results, the Wanjie Rubik's Cube should be a cube. Therefore, when it is restored, the length of each side should be the same, which means the distance is the same. Based on my sense, as long as I calculate the distance, I can find the pattern of restoration. At the moment when Zhou Jie thought of a solution, his excitement was beyond words, and he quickly began to try it. And in less than half a day, Zhou Jie found that his idea was indeed feasible. He had calculated all the distances, and after deduction, he found the best way for all the blocks to move when restoring the Wanjie Rubik's Cube. But even with such a perfect method, Zhou Jie had to move the blocks until the 25th day of the test. Only then did he succeed in restoring the Wanjie Rubik's Cube. At the moment when the Wanjie Rubik's Cube was restored, the huge silver-white cube burst into an incomparably bright white light. The terrifying energy fluctuation made Zhou Jie's expression change. But in the next second, the Wanjie Rubik's Cube quickly shrank into a white fluorescent cube the size of a human head, and the fluctuations it emitted completely disappeared. Then, the magician appeared next to the shrunken Wanjie Rubik's Cube out of thin air. He held the Wanjie Rubik's Cube with one hand, and in a flash, he came to Zhou Jie, who was thousands of miles away. "Master, please take out a drop of blood. I will let the Wanjie Rubik's Cube recognize you as its master." The magician came to Zhou Jie, bowed slightly, and said respectfully. Zhou Jie could not help but be surprised. It was the first time he had seen such a humanized device spirit. After a while, Zhou Jie completed the recognition of the Wanjie Rubik's Cube. He suddenly found that he had a strong sense of control with the Wanjie Rubik's Cube. But Zhou Jie also found that this sense of control was very heavy. To put it bluntly, although Zhou Jie could control the Wanjie Rubik's Cube, the consumption was extremely terrifying, and he could not fully support it at the moment. But since he had just obtained the Wanjie Rubik's Cube, Zhou Jie was not in a hurry to study it. He thought of what the magician had said before and asked, "Magician, is your original master the creator of this secret space?" Chapter 357. Yes, Master. and the Wanjie Rubik's Cube was created by the original owner himself. The magician answered Zhou Jie's question. Zhou Jie couldn't help but exclaim in his heart when he heard the answer. Now that he was in control of the Wanjie Rubik's Cube, he could roughly feel its quality. Although it was not a real Cosmic Emperor artifact, it was basically on the same level as the Chaos 8 strikes, and was about the same as the Divine Mirror. This was because the Divine Mirror could be classified as a Cosmic Emperor artifact because of its special function, and its power in battle was even more powerful than most Imperial Emperor artifacts. And it was this kind of treasure that was comparable to an Emperor artifact that was actually made by the creator of this secret realm. Zhou Jie couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of his heart. Because Zhou Jie was very clear that only a small part of the Emperor weapons were made by the masters of the Emperor realm and the Emperor realm who were good at forging. The rest were made by ordinary masters of the Emperor realm and the Emperor realm through simple refining of some precious materials in the universe. More than half of the Emperor weapons were the natal divine weapons that the masters of the Emperor realm had nurtured for a long time. Therefore, to be able to make a divine weapon that was close to an Emperor weapon, the person who made it either had a very high achievement in forging or had a very high cultivation. Only then could he make an Emperor weapon with world attribute, like the Wanjie Rubik's Cube. What's the name of your original owner? Do you know? Zhou Jie was amazed by the power of the creator of the Wanjie Rubik's Cube, and could not help but ask. The magician seemed to think about it for a while and then replied, "The original owner was called the Ancient Divine Emperor. As for his name, I don't know." Hearing that, Zhou Jie nodded slightly and repeated, "Ancient Divine Emperor." At this moment, the magician suddenly said, "By the way, Master, the original owner said that he left 3 inheritances in this secret realm. If you can pass any one of them, you will be qualified to become the disciple of the original owner." Hearing that, Zhou Jie immediately asked, "Do you know which level the inheritance is in?" However, the magician shook his head and said, "Master, I don't know. The original owner only said that it was in the last level." The last floor? Zhou Jie's heart couldn't help but sink slightly when he heard this. After all, the last level had the most space, and it had a total of 256 spherical spaces. Even worse, the spaces on each level weren't connected to each other. This meant that if he wanted to go to some of the spaces on the 5th level, Zhou Jie would have to return to the initial space and choose a new passage. Although it was difficult to find the inheritance, Zhou Jie had come to the Emperor Blood Realm with great difficulty and opened the entrance to the secret realm. With his character, how could he not fight for the inheritance of the ancient divine emperor? Therefore, Zhou Jie made up his mind and decided to search for the inheritances one by one. A few days later, Zhou Jie left the last level through the passage that he came from. Unfortunately, as soon as he came out of the passage, he saw a black spot attached to the protrusion on the surface of a floating boulder. There was a pure white light shining on the top of its head. Zhou Jie immediately frowned slightly, because he realized that the entrance to the secret realm had definitely not closed since he entered the secret realm. Presently, there were probably numerous imperial monarchs that had entered the secret realm, and that black dot in the distance was the best proof. With a cautious mind, Zhou Jie didn't intend to provoke the black spot. Immediately, he flew in a straight line in the direction of another passage. However, because the position of the black spot was almost facing the passage that Zhou Jie came out of, Zhou Jie flew in a straight line to another passage. First, he had to get close to the black spot. When Zhou Jie got close to the black spot, to a certain distance, Zhou Jie's perception was far from being able to touch the black spot. However, the black spot keenly sensed Zhou Jie with the help of an Imperial Emperor weapon that he had just obtained. The Dark Devil Monarch opened his scarlet eyes, his gaze unconsciously filled with bloodlust and killing intent as it landed on Zhou Jie. With the help of the Imperial Emperor weapon, Heaven-Reflecting Mirror, that he had desperately snatched from the Beast Deity and Tian Chen not long ago, the Dark Demon Emperor's perception quickly checked Zhou Jie. He is actually just an initial stage emperor, but he has already come out of the passage of the last level. He might have some treasures on him. The Dark Demon Emperor's greedy desire to snatch the treasures and his fear that Zhou Jie would bump into Emperor Tian Chen and tell them that he had seen him, the Dark Demon Emperor decided to kill him and snatch the treasures. Therefore, when Zhou Jie was flying close to him, the Dark Demon Emperor suddenly chose to attack. The Heaven-Reflecting Mirror above his head was activated and a terrifying white light directly flew towards Zhou Jie. Although it was far from the speed of light, it was still not something that Zhou Jie could dodge at this time. In fact, Zhou Jie had been vigilant against the Dark Demon Emperor. At this time, when the Dark Demon Emperor suddenly attacked, he felt that something was wrong. At the same time, he subconsciously took out the Wanjie Rubik's Cube that he had just obtained to block the attack. Boom! The white light attack was extremely terrifying. Although Zhou Jie used the Wanjie Rubik's Cube to block most of the power, he was still sent flying by the impact of the attack. His skin was burning. So strong, he should be a late-stage emperor. Zhou Jie immediately made such a judgment. He did not dare to think too much and suddenly accelerated with all his strength, flying towards the passage in the distance. The reason Zhou Jie determined that Dark Devil Imperial Monarch was a late-stage Imperial Monarch was very simple. Even though he was only at the initial stage of the Imperial Monarch realm, his actual combat strength was absolutely capable of going against most mid-stage Imperial Monarch. Moreover, Dark Devil Imperial Monarch was in the 4th level of the Imperial Monarch realm, where the laws of the Imperial Monarch realm similarly suppressed their attacks and speed. Moreover, Dark Devil Imperial Monarch was able to launch a sudden attack from over 10,000 meters away, and it was even to the extent that Zhou Jie was unable to block it at all. Obviously, it was very difficult to determine that Dark Devil Imperial Monarch possessed the strength of a mid-stage Imperial Monarch. When facing a late-stage Emperor, Zhou Jie did not have the slightest confidence to deal with it. So, he immediately executed the 3,000 lightning haste to the limit and fled madly. The Dark Demon Emperor was very surprised by Zhou Jie's performance. He had not expected that not only was Zhou Jie not injured by his attack, but Zhou Jie was also able to flee so quickly. This instantly aroused his desire to win and slaughter. After all, killing an Imperial Emperor genius was something that made him extremely excited. You want to run? No way. The Dark Demon Emperor thought to himself. He could not help but grin, and then he quickly chased after Zhou Jie. If one were to say that the smallest gap between each stage of the Imperial Emperor realm was in terms of speed, because the speed of an Imperial Emperor had already reached an extremely terrifying level. Moreover, the higher one's speed was, the harder it was to improve. Unless there was a huge gap in the laws of space or cultivation, otherwise the difference in speed between a late-stage emperor and an early-stage emperor was only 1%. The difference between a late-stage emperor and an early-stage emperor was only 10%. In this space of the 4th level, where the pressure was extremely great, such a difference in speed seemed even smaller. Therefore, the difference in speed between Zhou Jie and the Dark Demon Emperor was extremely small. So much so that the Dark Demon Emperor would need at least over 10 hours to close the gap between them. However, before the Dark Demon Emperor could catch up to him, Zhou Jie had flown to another passageway. But just when he was about to charge into the passageway, he was surprised to find that the passageway had been isolated by a powerful spatial energy. Zhou Jie was forced to use the 6-pulse divine sword in an attempt to break through the isolation of the passageway. However, he discovered that he was unable to move it at all. Oh no, this passageway is blocked. Zhou Jie immediately concluded that he was unable to break through the isolation of this passageway, so he could only turn around and flee. Seeing this, the Dark Demon Emperor was overjoyed. In another 2 or 3 hours, he would be able to catch up to Zhou Jie. Seeing that the Dark Demon Emperor was chasing after him, Zhou Jie calmed down. Based on the current situation, Zhou Jie was almost certain that the other party wanted to kill him and steal his treasures. However, with his speed, it was impossible for him to escape like this. Therefore, there would definitely be a great battle between the two sides. Zhou Jie estimated that the Dark Demon Emperor was a late-level Imperial Emperor. Although he might be able to fend off the Dark Demon Emperor with the Chaos 8 Slashes and Myriad Worlds Rubik's Cube, he was still no match for the Dark Demon Emperor. Therefore, Zhou Jie couldn't help but consider what he should do if he really couldn't win. Of course, for the sake of survival, Zhou Jie only needed to enter the Six Paths world. However, if he did so, the Six Paths world would be taken away by the Dark Demon Emperor and Zhou Jie would be imprisoned by the Dark Demon Emperor. Although the Dark Demon Emperor couldn't do anything to Zhou Jie, the Dark Demon Emperor would definitely place restrictions on the Six Paths world. Without sufficient strength, Zhou Jie wouldn't be able to escape, and even if he did, he would still have to face the Dark Demon Emperor. Unable to think of a way to escape, Zhou Jie had no choice but to continue running. Before the Dark Demon Emperor caught up to him, he wouldn't give up just because the chances of escaping were slim. Soon, the Dark Demon Emperor caught up to Zhou Jie and they were less than 500 meters apart. Once again, the Dark Demon Emperor chose to attack. Once again, the Dark Demon Emperor activated the Heaven Reflecting Mirror. This time, the Heaven Reflecting Mirror emitted 4 rays of white light that carried a terrifying power that could even burn space apart. Like a giant hand, the light rays grabbed at Zhou Jie's back. In fact, Zhou Jie was already prepared for the Dark Demon Emperor's attack. Facing the 4 rays of white light behind him, he immediately activated the Myriad Worlds Rubik's Cube. In an instant, the Myriad Worlds Rubik's Cube bloomed like a lotus flower. After enlarging a few times, it turned into an icy blue cube and released an extremely powerful force field that instantly froze the 4 rays of white light. However, this freezing was only for a moment. Because Zhou Jie's power of the Wanjie Rubik's Cube was not enough to completely suppress the white light quickly shattered, still bursting out with amazing destructive power. However, Zhou Jie had already taken the opportunity to retreat and relied on the Wanjie Rubik's Cube to block in front of him to effectively resist the power attack after the white light was shattered. Chapter 358. Zhou Jie was once again sent flying by the Dark Devil Emperor's attack. He was both anxious and helpless. He couldn't beat the Dark Devil Emperor, and he couldn't escape either. This was really something that made people feel despair. When the Dark Devil Emperor saw that Zhou Jie had once again blocked his attack with the Wanjie Rubik's Cube, he was pleasantly surprised. He thought to himself, that treasure is actually so powerful. It must be an Emperor weapon. It's even better than the Heaven Reflecting Mirror that I just got. It was actually obtained by a little guy at the early stage of the Emperor realm. Now that I've encountered it, it's like an Emperor weapon delivered to my doorstep. The heavens are really helping me. The Dark Devil Emperor was wild with joy. He immediately continued to chase after Zhou Jie. At the same time, he activated the Heaven Reflecting Mirror again to attack Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie was helpless. He knew that it was useless to escape, so he chose to fight head-on. The Wanjie Rubik's Cube was directly activated to the limit of what Zhou Jie could activate. In an instant it shone brightly, bursting out with a terrifying power that radiated in all directions. The Dark Devil Emperor's attack was directly eliminated. The Dark Devil Emperor only felt that his vision was blurred, and his perception was rapidly suppressed and weakened by more than half. However, when he saw everything in front of him, he found that he had already arrived in a bright space full of silver-white blocks. The Dark Devil Emperor was shocked by this, and then the greed in his eyes grew stronger. What a good treasure! Unfortunately, it's in the hands of an early-stage Emperor realm. It's still just something in my pocket. The Dark Devil Emperor thought and activated the power of the Heaven-Reflecting Mirror again. The Heaven-Reflecting Mirror was directly activated to the limit. The terrifying power of the law gathered energy and turned into a white divine dragon, roaring and crushing in all directions. Zhou Jie was in the Wanjie Rubik's Cube. At this time, he could sense the Dark Devil Emperor's every move, but the Dark Devil Emperor couldn't find him at all. However, when the Dark Devil Emperor used the Heaven's Reflection Mirror to attack, Zhou Jie still felt great pressure. That pressure came from his connection with the Wanjie Rubik's Cube. Now, he was using the power of the Wanjie Rubik's Cube to trap the Dark Devil Emperor, but the interior of the Wanjie Rubik's Cube was severely damaged, and it couldn't be suppressed by its own power. Therefore, Zhou Jie had to share a large part of the pressure. Once he couldn't maintain the current state of the Wanjie Rubik's Cube, the Wanjie Rubik's Cube would be destroyed and reformed, and he would directly face the merciless attacks of the Dark Devil Emperor. Zhou Jie thought and took out the Shura illusion. The Shura illusion was also an Emperor weapon with the power of the world. Its grade was not inferior to the Wanjie Rubik's Cube, but Zhou Jie found that it was very difficult to use. He studied it for a while, but he didn't understand how to use it. Moreover, the Shura illusion's weapon spirit was the kind that didn't have a consciousness, so Zhou Jie couldn't understand how to use the Shura illusion like how he understood the Wanjie Rubik's Cube from the magician. Previously, he had only used it as a weapon in his hand once. But now that it was a critical moment, Zhou Jie couldn't care so much. He took out the Shura illusion and tried to activate it. The Shura illusion's form was like a formation plate. After it was activated, it turned into a space vortex with the power to devour the target. The Dark Devil Emperor was controlling the White Divine Dragon to crazily hit the silver block inside the Wanjie Rubik's Cube. Suddenly, he found a black vortex flying in the distance. The vortex had a strong suction force, so strong that he couldn't resist it. However, just because it was difficult to resist didn't mean that it was impossible to resist. With a thought, a black demonic whip slithered out like a snake. Suddenly, it lashed out in the air and a pitch-black flame appeared. However, as soon as the black flame appeared, it was swallowed by the black vortex. But the black vortex trembled violently, as if it was about to collapse. Seeing this, the Dark Devil Emperor sneered. Not only did he not feel the pressure, but he was even more excited. This initial realm Imperial Monarch really has a lot of treasures. The treasures that I've accumulated after cultivating for so long are probably about the same value as what he took out. However, it doesn't matter. The more treasures he has, the better. In any case, they will all be mine soon. The more the Dark Devil Emperor thought about it, the more excited he became. While controlling his natal magic whip to whip the black vortex, he also controlled the White Divine Dragon to attack the Wanjie Rubik's Cube. Zhou Jie was already struggling to support two high-level Emperor weapons at the same time. Soon, he felt that his strength was not enough, so he had to give up control of the Shura illusion. However, just as Zhou Jie was about to take back the Shura illusion, the experienced Dark Devil Emperor was the first to notice the change in the Shura illusion. Thus, he predicted that Zhou Jie would take it back. Thus, the Dark Devil Emperor instantly gave up on controlling the White Dragon and used all his strength to activate his life-bound weapon. It transformed into countless black lines that entangled the Shura illusion. At this moment, the Shura illusion transformed back into its original form and was firmly entangled by the Dark Devil Emperor's life-bound weapon. Oh no! Zhou Jie did not expect the Dark Devil Emperor to react so quickly. In this case, he knew that he could not take back the Shura illusion, so he had to give it up. Therefore, although the value of an emperor weapon was amazing, Zhou Jie did not struggle too much. He directly gave up control of the Shura illusion and let it be taken by the Dark Devil Emperor. Haha, I got one. It really is an emperor weapon. On the other side, the Dark Devil Emperor got the Shura illusion and was so excited that his red eyes kept flashing. Zhou Jie did not have time to lament the loss of an emperor weapon. Instead, he was relieved. He had another way to escape from the Dark Devil Emperor's pursuit. That was to give up the Wanjie Rubik's Cube and let it be locked, so that the Dark Devil Emperor would be trapped and he would have enough time to escape. Zhou Jie did not think this way before, because he did not want to lose the Wanjie Rubik's Cube that he had just got. In particular, it was created by the ancient divine emperor himself. Maybe there was something special about it. However, when he was truly at a critical juncture of life and death, coupled with the fact that he'd already lost an imperial monarch artifact, Zhou Jie suddenly realized that compared to his life, all other worldly possessions could really be abandoned. After all, once he died, he would have nothing left. Therefore, at that moment, Zhou Jie decided to give up the Wanjie Rubik's Cube in order to save his life. The next second, Zhou Jie summoned the magician and asked him to control the Wanjie Rubik's Cube and turn on the realm lock mode. The Wanjie Rubik's Cube had the ability to change. It could be pieced together and changed into a variety of worlds. It could also be changed simply by the structure of the Wanjie Rubik's Cube itself. In this way, it could change into 3 boundaries that could work miraculously without external support: the realm lock, the bewildering world, and the killing world. However, without external support, Zhou Jie did not need to activate and maintain the 3 boundaries. The power of the 3 boundaries was limited. For the strong at the level of the Dark Devil Emperor, the killing world was useless, and the bewildering world was not effective. Only the realm lock was the ultimate use of the Wanjie Rubik's Cube. Once the realm lock was formed, even the controller of the Wanjie Rubik's Cube could not break it, but it was extremely effective for trapping the enemy. When Zhou Jie ordered the magician, the Dark Devil Emperor once again controlled the White Dragon to attack. Zhou Jie knew that the current situation could not be maintained for long. After giving the order, he immediately controlled the Wanjie Rubik's Cube to release himself outside. Then Zhou Jie and the magician worked together and directly turned the Wanjie Rubik's Cube into the realm lock mode. The originally shining Wanjie Rubik's Cube suddenly dimmed and quickly collapsed and deformed. Finally, it turned into a black cube with a side length of 81 meters. Zhou Jie did not even dare to stay and look at the final appearance of the Wanjie Rubik's Cube. He had already flown away without stopping. However, Zhou Jie did not know what bad luck he had. He had just flown in the designated direction for less than 3 minutes. After bypassing a void boulder, he saw 2 people around the corner. To be precise, only one was a human cultivator, and the other was in human form. These 2 were not others, but Emperor Tianchun and Emperor Beast God. Not long ago, they joined forces to seriously injure the Dark Devil Emperor and forced him to flee. Although Zhou Jie did not know Emperor Tianchun and Emperor Beast God, he was afraid that they would attack him. He immediately fled in another direction. Emperor Tianchun was a late-stage emperor, and Emperor Beast God was a middle-stage emperor. But their strength was not weaker than Emperor Tianchun. Because he was a universe creature, it was harder for him to cultivate than the human race. But at the same cultivation level, his strength could crush the human race. Therefore, Emperor Tianchun and Emperor Beast God had already sensed Zhou Jie. Although they were not interested in Zhou Jie ran away when he saw them. This made them think at the same time. He ran away when he saw us. Maybe he got some good treasure, Emperor Tianchun said. When Emperor Beast God heard this, he sneered and spat out 2 words, "Kill him!" As a result, Zhou Jie had only flown a few hundred meters when he subconsciously looked back and saw Emperor Tianchun and the other two chasing after him. Zhou Jie couldn't help but be shocked, and he couldn't help but sigh at his bad luck. Not long after, Emperor Tianchun and Emperor Beast God caught up with Zhou Jie. Emperor Tianchun directly released the Emperor Weapon Tianchun seal to suppress Zhou Jie. At this time, Zhou Jie did not have the Wanjie Rubik's Cube, and he was afraid that the other party would take a fancy to him if he took out the Chaos 8 strikes, so he resisted with his bare hands. As a result, he could not resist and was suppressed and trapped in a place on the spot. At this time, Xian Tian Princess and Tian Qi Emperor saw Zhou Jie from afar. Xian Tian Princess was powerful and bold. She directly flew over with Tian Qi Emperor, intending to join in the fun. Emperor Tianchun and Emperor Beast God were about to attack Zhou Jie. When they saw Xian Tian Princess and Tian Qi Emperor, they were stunned. Then they struggled for a while, and gave up the idea of continuing to attack Zhou Jie. Emperor Tianchun put away the Tianchun seal and left with Emperor Beast God. Chapter 359. When Zhou Jie saw this, he was stunned for a moment. He did not know what was going on, but he soon realized that Emperor Tianchun and Emperor Tianchun were scared away by the two people who came from the other side. Zhou Jie originally wanted to continue to escape, but when he thought that the man and woman who came were able to make Emperor Tianchun and Emperor Tianchun flee, he knew that it was useless to escape. It was better to stay and say thank you to them. Maybe he could survive because of this. It wasn't long before the two of them arrived near Zhou Jie. At this moment, even though Zhou Jie looked very calm on the surface, he was actually quite shaken in his heart. Because the speed at which the two of them rushed over and the aura he sensed now allowed him to confirm that the Xian Tian Princess was absolutely the most terrifying Imperial Emperor realm expert he'd ever seen. Thank you for saving me. Zhou Jie forced himself to calm down and said to the Xian Tian Princess and Emperor Tianchun. When the Xian Tian Princess heard this, she could not help but look at Zhou Jie. Her eyes were extremely cold and gave Zhou Jie a feeling of déjà vu. It was the same look he had when he was an assassin. We just happened to pass by. We didn't want to save you. You don't have to thank us. The Xian Tian Princess looked at Zhou Jie and did not say anything. Instead, it was the Tian Qi Emperor who glanced at Zhou Jie and said lightly with a disdainful expression, "Let's go." The Xian Tian Princess seemed to have come just to take a look at Zhou Jie. At this moment, she withdrew her gaze and said to the Tian Qi Emperor before she turned and flew away. However, at this moment, Zhou Jie had an idea. He stopped the Xian Tian Princess and Emperor Tianchun and said, "Wait a minute, seniors, What's the matter?" Hearing Zhou Jie's words, the Tian Qi Emperor frowned and turned to ask. The Xian Tian Princess stopped in front of him and did not look back. Zhou Jie hurriedly said, "Seniors, there's a high-level Imperial Lord artifact over there. There's a late-stage Imperial Lord trapped inside. If seniors can deal with that late-stage Imperial Lord, you can obtain that Imperial Lord artifact." Imperial Emperor Tian Qi was puzzled when he heard this. He immediately asked, "How do you know that there is an Imperial Emperor realm artifact there, and that there is a late-stage Imperial Emperor trapped inside?" When Zhou Jie heard this, he could only tell the truth. "To tell you the truth, that Imperial Monarch artifact belongs to me. However, that Imperial Monarch at the late realm wanted to kill me and seize my treasure. I had no choice but to abandon that Imperial Monarch artifact and trap him temporarily in order to escape. However, I never expected that I would be pursued by those two Imperial Monarchs. Fortunately, both of you passed by and I was saved." Tian Qi Emperor was enlightened. He turned to the Xian Tian Princess and asked tentatively, "Your Highness?" However, Xian Tian Princess did not know if what Zhou Jie said had piqued her interest. She suddenly turned around and looked at Zhou Jie. She asked, Do you have that high-level Emperor weapon, or did you get it in the secret realm? When Zhou Jie heard this question, he thought for a moment and said honestly, I got it in this secret realm. That treasure was personally created by the creator of this secret realm, the ancient divine emperor. Xian Tian Princess's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up when she heard Zhou Jie's last sentence. She immediately said to Zhou Jie, lead the way. When Zhou Jie heard this, he could not help but be overjoyed. He had long regarded the Wanjie Rubik's Cube as a sunken cost. Naturally, he did not want to get it back. If he could take this opportunity to avenge himself through Xian Tian Princess and Tianqi Emperor, of course, he would be extremely happy. Not long after, Zhou Jie led Xian Tian Princess and Tianqi Emperor to the location of the Wanjie Rubik's Cube. At this time, the Wanjie Rubik's Cube was still in the locked realm mode, but it trembled from time to time. Obviously, the Dark Devil Emperor was constantly attacking it, trying to break out of the locked realm. It really is the Wanjie Rubik's Cube, Xian Tian Princess suddenly said, her eyes full of excitement. Zhou Jie could not help but be shocked when he heard this. He wondered where this woman came from and how she knew about the Wanjie Rubik's Cube. Could it be that she was related to the ancient divine emperor? However, although Zhou Jie was shocked, he did not dare to show it at all. After all, Zhou Jie knew that Xian Tian Princess could kill him as easily as she could kill an ant. The gap between them was too big. On the other side, Xian Tian Princess did not care about Zhou Jie's reaction. She directly stretched out a hand, and countless purple silk-like energy burst out from her fingertips. Suddenly, the energy wrapped around the surface of the Wanjie Rubik's Cube. In the locked realm mode, the Wanjie Rubik's Cube could not be controlled by Zhou Jie, which meant that it only existed in a fixed form and could be manipulated by others to change its form. If the Dark Devil Emperor wanted to come out, he had to change the structure of the locked realm from the inside. At this time, Xian Tian Princess was breaking the locked realm mode from the outside. Xian Tian Princess was at the peak of the Emperor realm, and she was only 2 steps away from the full realm. When she made her move, the locked realm could not withstand her dismantling at all. Soon, the locked realm broke into pieces automatically, and the Dark Devil Emperor ran out without knowing what was going on. The Dark Demon Emperor was originally in the middle of attacking from the inside. Suddenly, the Wanjie Rubik's Cube was broken. He was naturally very surprised. But when he realized the situation of the people present, his face immediately changed. Xian Tian Princess, no! The Dark Devil Emperor had once injured Tianqi Emperor. Although Tianqi Emperor was not a follower of Xian Tian Princess at that time, now that Tianqi Emperor had become her follower, Tianqi Emperor was afraid that Xian Tian Princess would attack him. Therefore, when he saw Xian Tian Princess, Tianqi Emperor cried in his heart and hurriedly flew in a direction. However, before Tianqi Emperor could react, Xian Tian Princess had already made her move. Her slender fingers linked together, and suddenly, countless purple light beams caught up with Tianqi Emperor and entangled him in it. Tianqi Emperor struggled wildly, trying to break through the purple light's restraint. However, he was injured and had consumed some of his energy in the Wanjie Rubik's Cube. At this time, he was far from his peak state. His strength was very close to that of a late-stage emperor. The gap between him and Xian Tian Princess was too big. He could not resist at all. Soon, he was bound by the purple light and turned into a purple light cocoon. He could not break free at all. When Zhou Jie saw this scene, he could not help but feel a little frightened. The strength of Xian Tian Princess was more terrible than he had imagined. At this moment, Tianqi Emperor said to Xian Tian Empress Concubine, he is Dark Demon Emperor. Please eliminate him. In response to Tianqi Emperor's request, Xian Tian Princess nodded slightly and coldly said, Then, she flicked her finger and a purple-black light arc flew out, directly cutting through the light cocoon. The light cocoon was directly broken into countless light spots, but Tianqi Emperor's figure was nowhere to be seen. When Zhou Jie saw this, he felt a chill on his back. He only felt that Xian Tian Princess's attack was ruthless and straightforward. Tianqi Emperor was directly smashed into pieces, and there was not even a trace left. It could be said that he had vented his anger. After killing Tianqi Emperor, Xian Tian Princess acted as if she had done the most trivial thing. Her face was as calm as an ancient well. Then, she stretched out her hand, and the Wanjie Rubik's cube quickly shrank and finally flew to the center of her palm. Zhou Jie glanced at the Wanjie Rubik's cube and thought that it was something he had just obtained not long ago. Now it was about to change its owner. He was somewhat emotional and reluctant, but he immediately said, "Your Excellency, I will remove the Master's connection with the Wanjie Rubik's cube. This treasure will be given to Your Excellency." Hearing this, Xian Tian Princess faintly glanced at Zhou Jie, and then directly cut off the connection between Zhou Jie and the Wanjie Rubik's cube in front of Zhou Jie. When Zhou Jie sensed that he had lost control of the Wanjie Rubik's cube, he was stunned and could not help but feel very embarrassed. At this time, Xian Tian Princess faintly said, "I'll take it. You can go. Of course, your talent is not bad. Being able to obtain the Wanjie Rubik's cube is enough to prove Zhou Jie's talent. If you are interested, you can be my follower, and the Wanjie Rubik's cube will still be controlled by you." Xian Tian Empress concubine thought that Zhou Jie would choose to follow her, but who would have thought that Zhou Jie would say, "Thank you for your kindness, Empress concubine, but I prefer to be free, so I will take my leave." After that, Zhou Jie turned and flew away, as if he was afraid that Xian Tian Princess would change her mind. Xian Tian Princess did not know why, but she suddenly felt a little unacceptable. Then she realized that it might be because she had not been rejected for too long. So she frowned, but still did not say anything. After saying goodbye to Xian Tian Princess, Zhou Jie went all the way back to the third floor. Originally, he planned to explore the other 3 fifth floors, but because of the threat of Emperor Tianchun and Emperor Beast God, Zhou Jie decided to give up. After all, there were 3 inheritances, and it was impossible for all of them to be in this space. It was more likely to be found in other places. However, when Zhou Jie came to the end of the passage from the 4th floor to the 3rd floor, Emperor Tianchun and Emperor Beast God, who had been waiting there for a long time, appeared and blocked the passage. What? Zhou Jie was shocked, and he regretted his recklessness. But when he thought about it carefully, he realized that there was only one passage to the 3rd floor. If Emperor Tianchun and Emperor Beast God were determined to block him, there was nothing he could do. The distance between the 2 sides was only more than 1,000 meters. Even if Zhou Jie turned around and ran, it was estimated that he would be caught in less than an hour. But Emperor Tianchun and Zhou Jie were no match for either of them. What else could he do but run? As a result, Zhou Jie turned around and ran away. Emperor Tianchun and the other 2 snorted coldly and chased after him. "If I run back and meet Xian Tian Princess and the others again, I will be saved. But if I don't, I can only hide in the 6 Paths world." Zhou Jie thought as he ran, and he prepared for the worst. 3,000 Thunder's illusion. In order to increase the chances of meeting Xian Tian Princess, Zhou Jie was determined to maximize his speed. So, he unleashed the 3,000 Thunder's haste with all his strength. He did not hope to escape, but to run as far as possible before being caught. Suddenly, Chapter 360. Even Emperor Tianchun and Emperor Tianjie were shocked by Zhou Jie's extreme speed. This was because his speed was comparable to the top middle stage emperors. It was not much worse than their extreme speed. For a moment, their speed was slightly inferior to Zhou Jie's. "This brat is so fast, seems like he has a lot of secret technique. We must take him down." Imperial Emperor Tianchun suddenly transmitted his voice to Imperial Emperor Beast God. In fact, both of them had the same idea, which was why Imperial Emperor Beast God agreed, and they both sped up to pursue Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie, on the other hand, didn't care about anything else. He cast the 3000 Thunders illusion body, leaving behind afterimages as he fled in a straight line. Zhou Jie didn't use the illusion to deceive Imperial Emperor Tianchun and Imperial Emperor Tianchun. It wasn't that he didn't want to, or rather, the illusion couldn't deceive them at all. It was just that in the 4th level, he couldn't maintain his speed and create illusions at the same time. Forcing himself to create illusions would only slow him down, which would only lead to his death. And so, Zhou Jie continued to flee while Imperial Emperor Tianchun and Imperial Emperor Tianchun were still catching up to him. But because of Zhou Jie's extreme speed, the time taken for them to catch up to him was longer than expected. But as Imperial Emperor Tianchun and Imperial Emperor Tianchun got closer and closer to him, Zhou Jie's heart turned cold. The possibility of meeting Xian Tian Princess again was very slim to begin with, and now, he had completely given up on this fantasy and was ready to hide in the Six Paths world. However, just as Zhou Jie was about to give up, a huge rock a few kilometers in front of him suddenly exploded. Xian Tian Princess, who was dressed in an icy white brocade robe, appeared there with Tianqi Emperor and flew towards Zhou Jie. Xian Tian Princess's eyes flashed with a breathtaking light as if she was extremely excited. But when she looked at Zhou Jie, the light in her eyes suddenly flashed fiercely. That is... Xian Tian Princess saw Zhou Jie's illusions as he moved, and she felt her heart stop beating for a moment. But in the next second, Xian Tian Princess shook her head in her heart. Impossible, maybe it's just similar. Although she told herself so, Xian Tian Princess still wanted to figure something out. But when she saw Imperial Emperor Tianchun and Imperial Emperor chasing Zhou Jie, she knew what she had to do first. On the other side, Imperial Emperor Tianchun and Imperial Emperor Tianchun also saw Xian Tian Princess. They slowed down their speed, but they didn't give up immediately. Why did we meet the Xian Tian Princess again? This brat shouldn't be with her, right? Or did he just become a follower of Xian Tian Princess? Emperor Tianchun asked Emperor Beast God in surprise. Are we still chasing? When the Beast God Emperor heard this, he didn't have time to care about Emperor Tianchun's doubts. Instead, he simply asked, "Let's see." Emperor Tianchun said helplessly. Then, he and Emperor Beast God both stopped chasing. They planned to take a detour and observe the situation. But Imperial Emperor Tianchun and Imperial Emperor Tianchun didn't expect that Xian Tian Princess would send them a message directly. "This person is mine, you two can get out of here." Imperial Emperor Tianchun and Imperial Emperor Tianchun were stunned. They were asked to leave by Xian Tian Princess because of Zhou Jie, which was beyond their imagination. Damn it, it seems that Xian Tian Princess wants to take this brat as her follower. Let's go and report this to the Celestial Sentinel. Heavenly Emperor Tianchun had no choice but to greet Heavenly Emperor Beast God. Then the two of them turned around and left. Zhou Jie didn't know about this. When he saw Xian Tian Princess, he felt like he had found a life-saving straw. He immediately shouted, "Senior Princess, help me!" Xian Tian Princess and Zhou Jie flew opposite each other. They covered thousands of meters in just a few breaths. Finally, they stopped dozens of meters away from each other. Zhou Jie looked back and saw that Emperor Tianchun and Imperial Emperor Tianchun had escaped. He was relieved and wanted to thank Xian Tian Princess. However, Xian Tian Princess asked, "What's the name of the movement skill you just used?" Zhou Jie heard the question and was shocked. He was confused and vigilant about Xian Tian Princess's question. Could it be that Xian Tian Princess knew that the movement skill he used was the 3000 Thunder Haste? Could it be that this movement skill had something to do with her? At that moment, Many thoughts flashed through Zhou Jie's mind. However, although the 3000 Thunder Haste was a movement skill of the Zhou Holy Ground, it was not unique to the Zhou Holy Ground. Moreover, it was a very basic movement skill for the Zhou Holy Ground. Therefore, Zhou Jie was not afraid of exposing himself. He answered honestly, "Senior, this movement skill is called the 3000 Thunder Haste." Hearing Zhou Jie's answer, Xian Tian Princess's eyes flashed. At the same time, she was overjoyed. She then asked Zhou Jie, "Where did you learn this secret skill?" When Zhou Jie heard this question, his heart couldn't help but tighten. He thought to himself that the other party had indeed seen through his movement technique. However, Zhou Jie thought that he couldn't let the other party know that he had the inheritance of the Zhou Holy Land, so he ambiguously said, "It was taught to me by a senior." A senior? Xian Tian Princess frowned slightly when she heard the answer. Obviously, this was not the answer she wanted. Yes. Facing Xian Tian Princess's question, Zhou Jie forced himself to confirm. At this point, Xian Tian Princess pondered for a moment, and then she gazed deeply at Zhou Jie before she spoke to Emperor Tianqi. "Tianqi, spar with him and suppress your cultivation to the initial stage of the Imperial Monarch realm." When Zhou Jie heard this, he could not help but be stunned. He thought to himself, "What's going on? Why is she sending someone to spar with me for no reason?" "Senior Xian Tian Princess, this?" Zhou Jie could not help but ask helplessly. However, Xian Tian Princess did not look at Zhou Jie. Instead, she looked straight ahead and said coldly, "Although it's a spar, you'd better use your full strength. Otherwise, you can't blame anyone if Tianqi kills you." Hearing this, Zhou Jie knew that he had no choice but to accept the challenge. Emperor Tianqi was very excited. After all, it was a rare opportunity to show off in front of Xian Tian Princess. He had to perform well. Therefore, Emperor Tianqi came to Zhou Jie and followed Xian Tian Princess's words to provoke Zhou Jie. "Boy, although I'll suppress my cultivation to the same level as yours, my level is higher than yours. You'd better use all your strength. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." In response, Zhou Jie calmed down. He looked at Emperor Tianqi calmly. Previously, Zhou Jie was nervous because he was afraid of Xian Tian Princess. If it was just Emperor Tianqi, Zhou Jie was confident that he could get rid of him even if he could not defeat him. Naturally, he was not afraid of him. "Come on." Zhou Jie looked at Emperor Tianqi calmly and said lightly. At the same time, his body shone with starlight. That was the manifestation of the star power when he performed the star reform. When Xian Tian Princess saw the change in Zhou Jie's body, she was surprised again. Emperor Tianqi saw that Zhou Jie did not take out his weapon. Thinking that Xian Tian Princess had taken away the Wanjie Rubik's Cube, he said, "If you don't use your weapon, I won't either. Take this." After saying that, Emperor Tianqi instantly dashed toward Zhou Jie. His entire body shone with a yellow light, and the gravity within a few miles changed drastically. Zhou Jie instantly felt a huge pressure coming from all directions. He quickly responded by releasing his law domain and performing the 9 changes of stars. His body shone with endless light as he rushed toward Emperor Tianqi and faced him head-on. Emperor Tianqi was surprised that Zhou Jie dared to face him head-on. However, he felt that Zhou Jie was overestimating himself. He immediately raised his hands above his head and released a yellow law seal to suppress Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie directly performed the final move of Wuji Divine Hand, Wuji Dao. Zhou Jie also struck out with both hands, but this time it was in the form of lifting. Endless law of thunder gathered in his hands and finally came into contact with Emperor Tianqi's law seal. Then, with a roar, the power of thunder and lightning from Zhou Jie's hands wrapped around the law seal and swept it aside. Then, it exploded. Zhou Jie had already dodged to the side and was not hurt at all. Emperor Tianqi was quite surprised by this. He immediately put away his underestimation of Zhou Jie, and in the next second, he began a close combat with Zhou Jie. However, the two of them did not notice that when the Xian Tian princess saw Zhou Jie neutralize the Law Seal's attack, her eyes lit up with excitement again. Even her red lips were slightly opened, and she looked quite surprised. Emperor Tianqi chose to fight Zhou Jie in close combat, which was exactly what Zhou Jie wanted. One had to know that compared to long-range attacks such as flying swords, Zhou Jie was best at close combat. Especially after he had mastered the stained clothes 18 falls, Zhou Jie's close combat was invincible. Therefore, after Emperor Tianqi and Zhou Jie exchanged blows, he suddenly felt the pressure. This was because he realized that Zhou Jie's power was actually a little stronger than his. Moreover, his every attack was easily neutralized by his opponent. He felt as if he could not hit Zhou Jie, even though his hand was clearly in contact with Zhou Jie. In just a few seconds, Zhou Jie and Emperor Tianqi had exchanged hundreds of blows. Zhou Jie became braver as he fought, but Emperor Tianqi felt even more pressure. It turned out that Zhou Jie was constantly converting Emperor Tianqi's attacks and accumulating his own power, causing his every attack to become stronger. This principle was the same as his infinite 100 slashes, which was the ultimate application of the infinite saint hand. Moreover, the most terrifying thing about Zhou Jie's every attack was not the increase in power. The most terrifying thing was that he was accumulating power at the same time, and when he reached the limit, he would unleash it. That attack was the most terrifying and could be considered a fatal attack. However, Heavenly Cavalry Emperor was a veteran mid-stage imperial monarch. His control over the laws was far superior to Zhou Jie's. Left with no other choice, Heavenly Cavalry Emperor decided to stop at nothing. He used all his might to control the laws of space in an attempt to stop Zhou Jie's attacks and win with a counterattack. However, after Emperor Tianqi unleashed his power, his palm broke through Zhou Jie's defense and unexpectedly landed on Zhou Jie's chest. Bang! Tianqi Heavenly Emperor was sent flying without warning. The wrist of the hand that hit Zhou Jie's chest was twisted and broken. Chapter 361. Staining 18 Falls? Her exclamation made Zhou Jie and the Celestial Emperor stop moving at the same time. Tianqi Emperor had just steadied himself when he heard Xian Tian Princess's exclamation. He was stunned because he did not know what was going on. Zhou Jie, on the other hand, was completely shocked. This kind of shock was like walking on the street and suddenly seeing an ugly alien creature appear in front of you. Xian Tian Princess, how does she know about staining 18 falls? Zhou Jie was stunned. Staining 18 falls was the top secret technique of the Zhou Holy Ground. Even in the Holy Ground, few people could learn it. How did Xian Tian Princess know about it? And Xian Tian Princess recognized it when she saw Zhou Jie use it. Obviously, she did not just know about staining 18 falls. Just as Zhou Jie was thinking, his vision blurred. The Xian Tian Princess had already appeared in front of him, less than a meter away from him. Before Zhou Jie could react, Tianqi Emperor behind him was stunned. He had been following Xian Tian Princess for so long, but this was the first time he saw Xian Tian Princess so close to someone else. Even he had never been so close to the Xian Tian Princess. How did Xian Tian Princess? Celestial Knight Emperor couldn't figure out why this was happening. He felt like his heart was about to break, and he felt like he was suffocating. Zhou Jie saw Xian Tian Princess in front of him and his body trembled subconsciously. In fact, he subconsciously wanted to resist, but he realized that if Xian Tian Princess attacked him, he would not be able to resist at all. So, he suppressed his body's instinctive reaction. You got the inheritance of the Zhou Holy Ground? Xian Tian Princess suddenly asked Zhou Jie. When Zhou Jie heard the question, he couldn't help but be surprised again. This time, Xian Tian Princess directly said the words, Zhou's Holy Land. In addition, she also knew the 18 falls of clothes, which obviously showed that she knew a lot about it. Yes. At that time, Zhou Jie was extremely nervous when he answered this one word. The moment he said it, he felt that he had never been so nervous in his life. This was because he still didn't know whether the Xian Tian Princess was an enemy or a friend to the Zhou Holy Land. Hearing Zhou Jie's confirmation, the Xian Tian Princess trembled slightly. Her face was full of disbelief. Then she stabilized her breath and asked, Are you the current son of Saint? When the Xian Tian Princess asked this question, Zhou Jie immediately relaxed. If the Xian Tian Princess was an enemy of the Zhou Holy Land, then she wouldn't be so agitated. Therefore, Zhou Jie calmed down and nodded. Yes, may I ask if Senior Xian Tian Princess is also from the Zhou Holy Land? Zhou Jie thought that the Xian Tian Princess would answer, but she suddenly knelt on one knee in front of Zhou Jie and said solemnly, Zhou Qingxian, disciple of the Zhou Sacred Ground, greets your highness. When the Xian Tian Princess knelt, Zhou Jie almost jumped in fright. He was stunned on the spot. However, Zhou Jie was still fine. On the other side, Tianqi Emperor saw this scene and was completely dumbfounded. Who am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going? These questions seemed to have floated through Tianqi Emperor's mind. He didn't even realize that his jaw was wide open and his face was extremely dull. After a moment of blankness, Emperor Tianqi felt as if the sky had collapsed. The goddess he worshipped and admired the most in his life, the most arrogant and unapproachable goddess, had actually knelt before an early-stage Emperor realm brat who came out of nowhere. To be honest, Tianqi Emperor wished that he was dead at that moment so that he wouldn't be able to see this scene. However, the reality was that he had seen it and even heard the Xian Tian Princess call Zhou Jie Your Highness. At this moment, his emotions were extremely complicated. In the end, he could only mutter 4 words in a trembling voice. Your Highness. On the other side, Zhou Jie quickly said after a moment of shock, Senior Xian Tian Princess, you don't have to do this. However, despite Zhou Jie's words, the Xian Tian Princess, or Zhou Qingxian, did not immediately stand up. Instead, she looked up at Zhou Jie, her eyes filled with excitement. She said, Your Highness, you may not understand my feelings right now. I was once an abandoned baby. Thanks to a senior from the Zhou Sacred Ground who took me in, I was able to live until today. That senior who took me in was the ancient divine emperor. He was a consecrator of the Zhou Sacred Ground. He was the one who created this mystic realm in his early years. Senior Ancient Divine Emperor is like a second parent to me. When the Sacred Ground was attacked, I happened to be with Senior Ancient One. He was the one who sent me and a group of elite disciples away through the array formation. That was how I was able to survive that battle and survive until today. Later on, I heard that the Zhou Sacred Ground was destroyed, and Senior Ancient One's whereabouts were unknown. It was very likely that he had fallen. At that time, I felt as if the sky had collapsed. Since then, I have been looking for my companions from the Sacred Ground. However, we were all separated when we were teleported. Until now, I have not been able to find a single one of us. Who would have thought that I would be able to meet your Highness Holy Son today? Hearing this, Zhou Jie could not help but sigh inwardly. According to what the Xian Tian Princess said, it was indeed an incredible thing for him to meet her. In a word, it was, fate is really wonderful. However, Zhou Jie was still curious about Zhou Qingxuan's words. He could not help but ask, How did you know that the ancient divine emperor left this mystic realm of heritage here? I accidentally got a treasure map about this place. That's how I found this place. In response to Zhou Jie's question, Zhou Qingxian replied, Senior Ancient Divine Emperor told me. At that time, he said that when I reached the Imperial Emperor realm, he would let me go out to gain experience, and then come to the Emperor Blood Field to find his inheritance. He also told me that there was a map somewhere in the Emperor Blood Field. However, when I came to the Emperor Blood Field thousands of years ago, the map was no longer there. Now it seems that all of this was fate. If the map had not been snatched outside the Emperor Blood Field, perhaps I would not have met your highness here. Zhou Jie couldn't help but nod in realization when he heard this, and then he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The destruction of the Zhou Holy Land back then was much more tragic than he had imagined. The ancient divine emperor and many other universe emperor realm and transcendent realm masters had all died. Only a part of the Holy Land disciples below the imperial emperor realm were scattered all over the place. Even now, it was difficult for them to find each other. So that's how it is. Zhou Jie did not know what to say, so he could only say so. Zhou Qingxian did not care about Zhou Jie's embarrassment. She continued to ask, "Your Highness, how did you learn the Sacred Ground's secret arts? Does the Sacred Ground still have inheritances?" Zhou Qingxian asked if Zhou Jie was the Sacred Ground's sacred ground, because back then, the Zhou Sacred Ground only taught those who had fallen to the Sacred Ground's sacred ground. She did not know that the Zhou Sacred Ground still had inheritances, so she asked this question. "There are inheritances." In response, Zhou Jie answered straightforwardly. Then, he glanced at Emperor Tianqi, who was not far behind Zhou Qingxian, and asked, "Do you know about the Six Paths world?" Zhou Qingxian also realized the influence of Emperor Tianqi's presence, so she casually created an ice wall, enclosing her and Zhou Jie in it. Then, she replied with some surprise, "Yes, Your Highness, did you obtain the inheritances in the Six Paths world?" Zhou Jie thought for a moment and replied, "You can say that, but to be precise, it's because of this space ring. It's a long story, but if Senior wants to know, I can tell you briefly." "Your Highness, just call me Qingxian," Zhou Qingxian immediately said when she heard that. Zhou Jie could not help but feel awkward when he heard that, so he replied, "All right, you don't have to call me Your Highness. My name is Zhou Jie, just call me by my name." Who knew that when Zhou Jie said that, Zhou Qingxian sternly rejected, "How can I do that? I'm just an elite disciple of the Sacred Ground, and you're the Sacred Ground's sacred ground. It's too rude to call you by your name. I'll just call you Your Highness." Since Zhou Qingxian had already said that, Zhou Jie was no match for her anyway, so what else could he say? Thus, he had no choice but to agree. Then, he suddenly asked, "By the way, do you know where Senior Ancient One's inheritances are in this secret realm? When I came in, I obtained a light paper map, but it didn't indicate the location of the inheritances." As Zhou Jie spoke, he took out the light paper and passed it to Zhou Qingxian. Zhou Qingxian received the light paper, took a look at it and said, "This light paper only indicates the danger level of each space, but Senior Ancient One once told me that this secret realm was designed according to a kind of array formation, so I know where the dangers are and where there aren't. As for the location of the inheritances, I don't know. Senior Ancient One told me to come in and look for the inheritances myself, and there are 3 sets of inheritances. He said that they would be given to 3 people, and those who passed the inheritances would become his ordinary disciples." Zhou Qingxuan's answer was also within Zhou Jie's expectations. Therefore, he only nodded and did not express any regret. "Then let's go look for the Ancient One's legacy together. We can take some treasures when we get there," Zhou Jie said after thinking for a while. He had nothing else to do in the secret territory other than searching for treasures. In response, Zhou Qingxian agreed. "Then," she said, "I don't think there are any treasures that Senior Ancient One left in the first 4 levels that I'm interested in. However, it's easy for me to take them. If Your Highness needs any treasures in the first 4 levels, just let me know and I'll help Your Highness collect them. That way, it'll be faster." Zhou Jie could not help but feel happy when he heard that. At the same time, he felt a little embarrassed. He nodded and expressed his gratitude. After that, Zhou Jie, Zhou Qingxian, and the Celestial Knight Emperor began to head to the third level. Chapter 362. Under the lead of Xian Tian Princess, Zhou Jie's speed was not as fast as Xian Tian Princess, and Xian Tian Princess knew the danger of each space in the Mystery Land. Zhou Jie arrived at the third level. Through the third level, they went to the fourth level, and then to the fifth level. According to Xian Tian Princess's idea, the three inheritances were most likely placed in the fifth level. If they were on the fourth level, it would be much easier to find them. Moreover, the fourth level was not dangerous enough, not to mention the first three levels. In this way, Zhou Jie and the other two spent a full 2 months. They went to a third floor space and 16 fifth floor spaces one after another. In the end, they still didn't find a single inheritance. However, they did obtain a lot of treasures and materials similar to the Moyu's venom. This made Zhou Jie very happy. In fact, for Zhou Jie, treasures and materials like the Moyu venom were nothing. However, Zhou Jie cultivated the way of divine tactics, which involved formations, refining weapons, refining elixirs, inscriptions, and so on. All of them required a variety of materials. Zhou Jie could not find the most suitable ones. However, as long as the quality was not too different, many materials with similar properties could be used instead. This was the most valuable treasure and materials obtained in the Mystery Land for Zhou Jie. While Zhou Jie continued to look for inheritances, Emperor Sentry and Emperor Nine Sword met Emperor Tian Chun and Emperor Beast God for the first time after a long exploration of the Mystery Land. Lord Sentry, Emperor Tian Chun and Emperor Nine Sword flew to Emperor Sentry and saluted at the same time. Emperor Sentry was used to this situation, so he replied indifferently, "Well, what did you find?" Emperor Tian Chun replied, "My lord, we found 2 emperor weapons, but the first one was accidentally taken away by Emperor Dark Demon. Although we tried our best to get it back, he still escaped. The second emperor weapon was much better than the first one, but you need to go through a test to get it. Emperor Beast God and I both tried the test, but unfortunately we did not pass. We are really ashamed. Why don't you give it a try? It should be easy for you to get the emperor weapon." The Inspector Celestial Emperor's interest was piqued when he heard Emperor Tian Chen's words. He smiled and said, "Both of you failed. It seems that this emperor weapon is special. 9 Swords and I also found 2 emperor weapons, but they were very ordinary. I took them casually. Take me to see the emperor weapon you found." "Yes." When Emperor Tian Chun heard this, he immediately replied. However, he suddenly thought of something and hesitated for a moment. Then, he continued, "By the way, Your Excellency, we met the Xian Tian Crown Princess about 2 months ago, twice." "What's wrong? Tell me." Emperor Sentry was even more interested when he heard it was about Princess Xian Tian. He looked directly at Emperor Tian Chun and asked. As one of Emperor Sentinel's confidants, Emperor Tian Chun certainly knew how much Emperor Sentinel loved Princess Xian Tian. Unfortunately, Princess Xian Tian had clearly rejected Emperor Sentinel several times. However, this only made Emperor Sentinel miss her even more. That was why Emperor Tian Chun deliberately mentioned his encounter with Princess Xian Tian. "It's like this," Emperor Tian Chun began. "Emperor Beast God and I followed Emperor Dark Demon to the 4th level. We did not find Emperor Dark Demon, but we met an initial realm Emperor boy. This boy ran away when he saw us. About a minute later, Emperor Tian Chun told Emperor Sentry in detail about the 2 encounters with Princess Xian Tian. Emperor Sentry's face turned ugly when he heard the last part. He even said with slight anger, "What? She told you two to get lost because of an initial realm emperor? Why would she not give me any face because of an initial realm emperor?" The reason why the Emperor Sentry said so was that in his opinion, Xian Tian Princess knew that Emperor Tianchun and Emperor Tianchun were his men. Normally speaking, even if she wanted to recruit an emperor of initial realm as a follower, she shouldn't have asked his men to get lost. It was a bit strange, and the Emperor's sentry couldn't understand it, so he was angry. Seeing Emperor Sentry's reaction, Emperor Tianchun hesitated for a moment and boldly said, "My lord, since Princess Xian Tian is not sensible, why don't you take this opportunity to take her down?" Emperor Sentry's eyes flashed when he heard this. He asked carefully, "What do you mean by opportunity? Tell me your idea." In response, Emperor Tianchun immediately replied, "There are a large number of cultivators in the Imperial Emperor realm in this secret land. With your deterrence, you can lure or coerce them to work for you temporarily. With the help of so many cultivators in the Imperial Emperor realm, and the three of us, you can make some arrangement. Are you afraid that Xian Tian Crown Princess can't catch her?" Emperor Sentinel let out a sigh of relief when he heard that. He did not immediately express his opinion like Emperor Tianchun had expected. This made Emperor Tianchun's smile disappear. He lowered his head and waited for Emperor Sentinel's opinion. Emperor Sentry pondered for more than 10 seconds before he suddenly nodded slightly and said, "Princess Xian Tian is only slightly weaker than me. She is even better at escaping. Even if we follow your plan, it will be difficult to catch her. However, I happened to obtain an Emperor weapon in the secret realm that can bind her. I can give it a try." Although the Emperor Sentinel said so, he did not consider the difficulty of capturing the Xian Tian Princess. Instead, he considered whether to capture her or not. This was because the Emperor Sentinel had always wanted the Xian Tian Princess to be his cultivation partner. He had expressed his admiration for the Xian Tian Princess many times before. He had even asked to be her cultivation partner. Unfortunately, the Xian Tian Princess did not hesitate to reject him. Even so, the Emperor Sentinel did not give up. However, Emperor Tianchun had mentioned the idea of capturing the Xian Tian Princess. Perhaps he could make the Xian Tian Princess submit to him and become his Dao companion. However, doing so would inevitably have consequences. Moreover, the probability of success was uncertain. Therefore, the Emperor Sentinel thought about it for a few seconds. In the end, he could not resist the idea of capturing the Xian Tian Princess. Emperor Tianchun was overjoyed when he heard Emperor Sentry's affirmative answer. He took the initiative to look for other Emperor Realm cultivators and recruit them for his own use. Emperor Sentry nodded and asked Emperor Nine Sword, Emperor God Beast, and Emperor Tianchun to go with him while he went alone to recruit them. While Emperor Sentry and the others were taking action, Princess Xian Tian and the others were still looking for the inheritances. Fortunately, they were not too unlucky. On the 9th day, they finally found one of the inheritances on the 5th level after passing through many obstacles. The Land of Inheritance was a fiery red platform about 500 meters in diameter. There were a total of 18 human-shaped statues on the edge. However, they could not tell whether they were male or female and had no faces. The Xian Tian Princess and the other two entered the platform without any hindrance. Then, they heard a deep and majestic male voice. "First of all, congratulations on reaching this Land of Inheritance. Next, those who want to take the inheritance test can enter the red dot in the center of the platform. The test will start automatically. Only one person can participate in each test. Everyone can retreat to the edge of the statue area. Those who violate the rules will be sent out of the platform and will not be able to enter for 100 years. Those who fail the test will also be sent out of the platform for 1,000 years. The test is very simple. If you push all 18 statues back to the white line at the edge of the platform within 1 minute, you will pass the test and receive the only inheritance here. If you exceed the time limit, leave the platform, or land in the center of the red dot area, you will fail once. Everyone who enters the platform has 3 chances. If you fail 3 times, you will be sent out of the platform. After knowing the rules of the test, Zhou Jie and Princess Xian Tian looked at each other. They both wanted to ask, who will go first? However, Princess Xian Tian was the most powerful person present. She thought for a while and said, "This inheritance must be given to your highness. However, you only have 3 chances. If you blindly accept the test, you may waste at least 1 chance. So, I will accept the test first and help your highness find out the difficulty of the test. Your highness, don't worry. Even if I can pass the test, I will not." Of course, Zhou Jie was not worried that the Xiantian crown princess would snatch the inheritance. In fact, Zhou Jie did not even mind giving it to the Xiantian crown princess. However, since the Xiantian crown princess said so, Zhou Jie nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll have to trouble you, Sister Qingxian." Hearing Zhou Jie call her Sister Qingxian, Emperor Tianqi's eyes almost popped out of their socket. He thought to himself, "Zhou Jie, that's enough. How dare you call my goddess sister? This?" Of course, Tianqi Emperor could only ridicule Zhou Jie in his heart. On the surface, other than being shocked, he did not show any other expression. However, his heart was indeed on the verge of collapse. Seeing that Zhou Jie had agreed, Princess Xian Tian said something and then flew to the red dot in the center of the platform. Zhou Jie and Princess Xian Tian quickly retreated behind a white line at the edge of the platform. Princess Xian Tian flew to the red dot and landed on the ground. The originally calm Taoist hall suddenly fluctuated violently with the power of law. Zhou Jie and Princess Xian Tian simultaneously felt a huge surge of energy not far behind them. It came from a statue. While Zhou Jie and Princess Xian Tian were still in shock, the 18 statues at the edge of the Taoist hall, which were more than 10 meters tall, all shot out red light and then came to life. They quickly flew toward Princess Xian Tian, who was above the red dot in the center. After the test began, a power of law would lift the testi off the ground. After that, once the testi landed on the red dot, they would be considered to have admitted defeat. Chapter 363. Facing the simultaneous attack of the 18 statues, the Xiantian princess released a circle of energy wave. The energy waves rippled through the 18 statues in the blink of an eye, but it did not stop them at all. It did not even slow them down. The Xiantian princess realized this, and her expression changed slightly. She became more serious and took out her natal divine weapon, Purple Abyss, for the first time in the secret realm. It was a purple long sword with a sharp triangular blade. It looked very delicate, and in the hands of the Xiantian princess, it looked even more graceful and luxurious. With a slash of the sword, the purple abyss released a misty light purple smoke. The 18 statues plunged into the smoke at the same time and were immediately strangled. They all tried to resist. When the 18 statues resisted, the Xiantian princess immediately realized that they all had the strength of the peak of the Emperor realm. Although there was a huge difference in strength between the same realm, the Xiantian princess could definitely defeat one statue by herself. However, when there were 18 of them, it was a completely different concept. Especially when the 18 statues were almost acting as one, it meant that they were very cooperative in battle. Relying on her absolute strength, the Xiantian princess successfully broke through the encirclement of the 18 statues. She turned around and struck one of the statues to the ground with her sword. However, it did not suffer any substantial damage at all. Once it touched the ground, it flew back unharmed. Seeing this, the Xiantian princess exerted her swordsmanship to the extreme. Together with the law field, she directly shrouded the 17 statues. She tried her best to break out and throw the 17 statues out of the white line. However, the Xiantian princess overestimated her own strength or underestimated the combined strength of the 17 statues. The 17 statues burst out a circle of dark red light at the same time and broke the traction force that the Xiantian princess exerted on them. Then, they all rushed towards the Xiantian princess. Fortunately, the 18 statues did not have weapons. They all attacked at close range. The Xiantian princess relied on the advantage of her weapon and was not at a disadvantage. She even knocked a few statues away from time to time. However, this was almost her limit. It was impossible for her to push the 18 statues out of the white line at the same time. Of course, with Xiantian princess's personality, she would not give up so easily. She fought until the last second of the 1-minute time limit. In just 1 minute, all 18 statues froze in the air. Then, they were quickly pulled back to their original positions by the power of laws of the dojo, and returned to silence. When the Xiantian princess saw this, she knew that the test was over. However, she was still unwilling to give up, so she sent a message to Zhou Jie and Xiantian princess. "I will try again." Of course, Zhou Jie and Tianqi tacitly agreed. However, Tianqi Emperor's face was filled with worry while Zhou Jie's brows were tightly furrowed. He seemed to be deep in thought. On the other side, the Xiantian princess did not immediately accept the test again. Instead, she carefully thought about the battle just now and tried to find a way to pass the test as much as possible. However, after thinking for a long time, the Xiantian princess still couldn't come up with a good solution. In the end, she could only shake her head and land on the red dot area again. In an instant, the 18 statues were activated again and surrounded the Xiantian princess. This time, the Xiantian princess did not stay in the center position. Instead, she took the opportunity to soar into the sky. She flew until she could no longer fly due to the power of laws of the dojo. Then, she turned around and dived toward the ground of the dojo. This time, the Xiantian princess planned to defeat the enemy with one move. When the Xiantian princess rose into the sky, the 18 statues gathered together and chased after her. When the Xiantian princess turned around, she directly unleashed her power of laws and gathered the 18 statues together. Then, she used her profound sword to destroy them. Taking advantage of the moment when they lost their ability to move, she further unleashed her power of laws and sent them to the white line area, including the corresponding area above, at the same time. However, the Xiantian princess still miscalculated this time. After the 18 statues were gathered together, they took the initiative to hold hands and formed a field similar to an array formation. Their power was no longer scattered but stacked. Moreover, it was not as simple as 18 1 plus 1. The total power was increased by at least 30%. The result of the final collision was that the Xiantian princess was defeated. She even vomited blood and was sent flying. The 18 statues did not know how to show mercy to women. They quickly chased after the Xiantian princess and wanted to surround her again. The Xiantian princess felt her injury and knew that it was useless to continue fighting. So, she chose to escape from the dojo. The second test was over. After this test, the Xiantian princess did not want to do it a third time because she was deeply aware that she was not strong enough to complete the test. So, she flew back to the area where Zhou Jie and the Celestial Knight were. "Sister Qingxian, are you okay? Princess, how are you?" As soon as the Xiantian princess came over, Zhou Jie and the Celestial Knight Emperor asked almost at the same time. For this situation, Zhou Jie was fine, but the Celestial Knight Emperor felt a little embarrassed and even a little inferior. Compared with Zhou Jie, the Celestial Knight Emperor felt that he was more insignificant in the eyes of the Xiantian princess. He had followed the Xiantian princess for thousands of years, and Zhou Jie had just appeared, and the fact was that the Xiantian princess cared more about Zhou Jie's question. She did not even look at the Celestial Knight Emperor. She looked at Zhou Jie and replied, "It's just a small injury. Your Highness, you don't have to worry about me. It's just that the test is too difficult." Are you sure you can pass it? It's good that you're fine, Zhou Jie first said, and then answered the Xiantian princess's question. If the 18 statues adjust their strength according to the testes cultivation, I think it's not a big problem. But if I take the test and they are still as strong as when you tested me, then I definitely have no chance at all. Hearing Zhou Jie's words, the Xiantian princess was slightly surprised because she heard Zhou Jie say, "It's not a big problem." So she immediately said, "This test should change according to the testes cultivation. Your Highness, it shouldn't be a big problem, right?" In response to the Xiantian princess's doubts, Zhou Jie nodded calmly and said, "This test can be said to be tailor-made for me. I'll know when I try it." After that, Zhou Jie flew directly to the red dot area and landed smoothly on the ground. The test immediately began. The 18 statues besieged Zhou Jie just like before, but their speed was obviously reduced by a level. Zhou Jie could tell at a glance that the strength of these statues had been reduced. However, just to be safe, Zhou Jie still used the 6-pulse legendary sword to attack one of the statues. As a result, the statue easily defeated the attack of the 6-pulse legendary sword, but its speed was obviously affected. From this, Zhou Jie was sure that these statues were only at the same cultivation level as him. He was immediately relieved, and at the same time, he flew into the sky like the Xiantian princess. The 18 statues followed closely behind and soon formed a circle with each other. Zhou Jie did not fly very high. His body glowed and he stopped flying. Then, the 18 statues quickly surrounded Zhou Jie and attacked at the same time. Bang! In the next second, an incredible scene happened. After the attacks of the 18 statues landed on Zhou Jie's body, they flew backward and finally hit the edge of the training hall. Because the edge of the training hall blocked the statues, the 18 statues all fell on the edge of the training hall. Tianqi Emperor was dumbfounded by this shocking scene. Even Xiantian Princess, who knew what was going on, could not hide her surprise. As for why this scene happened, it was very simple. It was because of Zhou Jie's stained clothes 18 falls. The moment the 18 statues attacked Zhou Jie, they were all sent flying by Zhou Jie before he could react. In the end, this shocking scene happened. This was also why Zhou Jie said, "It's not a big problem." Now it seemed that Zhou Jie was being modest. However, before the Xiantian princess and Emperor Tianqi could communicate with Zhou Jie, a huge change happened in the training hall. Red energy like tassels suddenly covered the entire training hall and isolated the area where the Xiantian princess and Emperor Tianqi were from Zhou Jie. Then, an old man in red energy form appeared in front of Zhou Jie. Just as Zhou Jie was surprised by this, the energy elder said, "Greetings, inheritor. I am the Tao spirit of this Taoist sanctum. You have passed the test left behind by my master, so I will give you the inheritance information left behind by my master. In addition, I will obey your orders. If there is anything in this Taoist sanctum that is a threat to you, I can eliminate it." Hearing this, Zhou Jie quickly said, "The other 2 people in the training hall are my friends. You can give me the inheritance information directly." In this regard, the spirit nodded and said, "Okay." At the same time, he took out a drop of liquid with a golden red energy luster and then said to Zhou Jie, "This is the immortal blood. My master obtained it after refining the entire immortal river. This is 1 drop. Its function is very simple. You only need to integrate a drop of essence blood into it and copy your memory in it. After you die, it will be reborn as you. In addition, my master also left the inheritance information in it. You only need to activate this drop of immortal blood with your essence blood, and you can get everything that my master wants to tell you." Speaking of this, Zhou Jie could not help but stare at the drop of golden red liquid in shock. Then, he carefully took it. What a terrifying power! After taking the drop of immortal blood, Zhou Jie found that the energy it carried was extremely terrifying. He could not help but exclaim, Chapter 364. Following Dao Ling's instructions, Zhou Jie took out a drop of his blood essence and merged it with the immortal blood. The moment the blood essence merged with it, the immortal blood shone brightly. At the same time, Zhou Jie's consciousness was dragged into a blood-red area. When Zhou Jie's consciousness woke up, he noticed that he was in a dark red void, and a red-robed man was sitting cross-legged not too far away from him. This man looked to be in his 20s or 30s, and he had a resolute appearance, but his gaze was extremely calm and deep. Zhou Jie glanced at him, and then he had a feeling of falling into a river of eternity that he couldn't extricate himself from. When Zhou Jie came to himself and forced his consciousness out of that feeling, the man in the red robe had already spoken. "Hello, inheritor of the Zhou Holy Ground. I'm glad to meet you." Zhou Jie was shocked. He asked, "How do you know I'm the inheritor of the Zhou Holy Ground?" In response, the red-robed man continued, "This is just a consciousness I left behind to tell you some things. I think you're wondering how I know you're from the Zhou Holy Land. First of all, the inheritance test I set up here is the most difficult one. If you're not a genius at the level of a holy son, or if you've cultivated the Zhou Holy Land's secret technique, it's almost impossible to pass the test. Secondly, and most importantly, when fusing with the indestructible blood, if the essence blood you use doesn't contain the direct bloodline of the Zhou Holy Land, you won't have the chance to see me." Hearing this, Zhou Jie suddenly understood. At the same time, he was shocked by the means of the ancient divine emperor. Although he had set up the inheritance here, those who passed the test had to have the bloodline of the Zhou Holy Ground. Otherwise, they would be digging their own graves. If they merged with the immortal blood, they would die. Zhou Jie knew that this was just a sliver of consciousness left by the ancient divine emperor, and that the ancient divine emperor would not communicate with him. So, he did not say anything and just listened quietly. "Let's get back to business. I am known as the ancient divine emperor, and I have done a lot of research on the path of life and death. When I was traveling in the central universe, I passed by an interstellar ruin and stumbled upon a void river. The river was very miraculous. Its water could heal wounds and even revive some creatures that had just died. I later named it the Undying River. The existence of the Undying River is far more profound than I imagined. I spent tens of thousands of years but was still unable to fully comprehend the profundities of the laws within. Later on, I studied an ancient technique and decided to refine the Undying River. The Undying Blood is the result of refining the Undying River. There are 7 drops of immortal blood in total. I used 1 drop as the reward for passing the inheritance here. As for the other 6 drops, I used 1 drop. Because of the restriction of the Supreme Law, I can't use 2 drops at the same time. Before you leave the dojo, remember to ask Dao Ling for a token. It will guide you to a place where you can find me. I'm looking forward to seeing you soon. When the time comes, I'll officially accept you as my disciple. Of course, it's up to you whether you want to accept it or not. That's all I have to say. We'll meet again if fate wills it." At this point, the red-robed man smiled slightly, appearing rather amiable. Then, he vanished into thin air. Following that, the scene in front of Zhou Jie began to blur. When Zhou Jie saw the things in front of him again, his consciousness had already returned to reality. Zhou Jie looked at Dao Ling and remembered what the ancient divine emperor had said. He asked, "Senior Dao Ling, do you have a token?" Hearing this, Dao Ling waved his hand, and a palm-sized dark red token appeared in his hand. After that, he tossed the token to Zhou Jie and said, "Take it." Zhou Jie was overjoyed and said gratefully, "Thank you, Senior Dao Ling." "Well, you should go. My mission is over," Dao Ling said expressionlessly. In fact, he didn't have a face, so he should have no expression. Zhou Jie wanted to say something, but Dao Ling suddenly disappeared. The red energy that had shrouded the dojo also disappeared, and the dojo returned to normal. Not far away, Xian Tian Princess saw that Zhou Jie was safe and sound and immediately flew over happily. Tian Qi Emperor's face was tense as he followed closely behind. Your Highness, are you okay? Xian Tian Princess asked with concern. Zhou Jie smiled faintly and shook his head. He said, I'm fine. Sister Qin Xian, what about your injury? I said it's nothing serious. Your Highness, don't worry. If there's nothing else here, let's leave. Xian Tian Princess said. Zhou Jie was slightly surprised and puzzled when he heard this, so he asked puzzledly, You're leaving? But there are still 2 inheritances left. Sister Qin Xian, don't you want them? Zhou Jie thought that Xian Tian Princess might be worried about something, so he quickly said, If you are worried about the difficulty of the test, don't worry. The test here is the most difficult. The other 2 places are relatively easier. Sister Qin Xian, with your strength, you should have no problem passing. This is what I learned when I just received the inheritance. Hearing Zhou Jie's words, Xian Tian Princess was indeed moved. She had the thought of looking for the second inheritance, but this thought only flashed in her mind for a split second before she dismissed it. No, Your Highness. Although I also want the inheritance, there are still many dangers in this secret realm. I'm worried that Your Highness will be in danger. So I've decided not to take the risk. Let's send Your Highness away first, and I can come back to look for the inheritance later, Xian Tian Princess said. She really valued Zhou Jie's life, because Zhou Jie represented the hope of the Zhou clan's revival. He was the only hope for the Zhou clan's revival. Zhou Jie heard her and realized that his strength was indeed weak in the secret realm. He could only be a burden to Xian Tian Princess. So, he was in a dilemma. But after thinking for a short while, Zhou Jie had a solution. So, he suggested, how about this? I have the 6 Paths world. If there is any danger, I can enter it. This way, I won't be in any danger. But I'll need Sister Qin Xian to deal with it. Xian Tian Princess, on the other hand, was pleasantly surprised. That's right, Your Highness has the 6 Paths world. If you encounter any danger, Your Highness can just enter it and I will bring you and the 6 Paths world out of danger. In this secret realm, there aren't many things that can threaten me. If there is, it would be Imperial Emperor Sentry. Emperor Vigilant? Zhou Jie asked curiously when he heard that. He had never heard of the name of Emperor Vigilant before. In response, the Xian Tian Princess replied, The Celestial Emperor is a peak Imperial Emperor like me, but his strength is extremely terrifying. Even I can't defeat him. He deserves to be called the strongest person in the Imperial blood domain. Zhou Jie was enlightened. At the same time, he had a better understanding of Xian Tian Princess's strength. In Imperial blood realm, her strength was only second to Imperial Emperor Sentry. So, she could definitely be ranked in the top 3. Then let's continue to look for the next inheritance. If the inheritance isn't too difficult, we can still look for the third one. Senior Heavenly Knight can also give it a try. When Zhou Jie said the last sentence, he looked at Heavenly Knight Emperor. Tian Qi Emperor's face was gloomy. He was shocked when he heard this. He looked at Zhou Jie and then at Xian Tian Princess. He was at a loss. Xian Tian Princess said, Your Highness's idea is good. But with Tian Qi's strength, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for him to pass the test. But we can still give it a try. Let's look for the second inheritance first. Tian Qi Emperor's face darkened when he heard Xian Tian Princess's words. Then, when he thought of Zhou Jie's talent, he felt like a piece of trash. Zhou Jie saw the change in Tian Qi Emperor's expression. His eyes turned serious. After a while, Xian Tian Princess and the other 2 went on their way again. When they reached the 4th level, Zhou Jie suddenly felt a burning sensation between his eyebrows. What? Zhou Jie was shocked. He exclaimed, There's another warning from Tianji Mirror. This time, the sudden warning from the heavenly secret mirror shocked Zhou Jie, because the previous warning from the heavenly secret mirror was indeed very dangerous. However, he was alone at that time. This time, not only was Zhou Jie already an imperial emperor, but he also had the Xian Tian Empress and Xian Tian Empress by his side. Under such circumstances, how could the heavenly secret mirror think that he was in danger? Out of absolute trust in Xian Tian Princess, Zhou Jie immediately stopped her and Tian Qi Emperor. "Wait, Sister Qin Xian. What's wrong, Your Highness?" Xian Tian Princess and Tian Qi Emperor stopped. Xian Tian Princess asked. Zhou Jie said, "Sister Qin Xian, I have an imperial weapon with me. Although it doesn't have any attack power, it can avoid danger and predict danger. I can't use it yet, but when there's great danger, it will sometimes warn me. It warned me just now. This means that we may be in danger, and it's not an ordinary danger." Xian Tian Princess and Tian Qi Emperor were shocked. Then, Xian Tian Princess quickly used her senses to check the surroundings carefully. Xian Tian Princess's pupils suddenly shrank. She said in a low voice, "Oh no, we're being watched by Poisonous Bug Emperor." "Monarch Venomous Bug?" Zhou Jie asked again. In response, the Xian Tian Princess quickly explained, "The Poisonous Bug Emperor is very mysterious. It is said that he is a Middle Realm Emperor. He is not very strong, but he has many unorthodox methods to raise poisonous bugs. Even later realm emperors can't do anything to him. I checked the surroundings carefully just now and found a few extremely tiny bugs observing us from afar. So, I am sure that these bugs were sent by the Poisonous Bug Emperor. However, the problem is that no matter how many methods the Poisonous Bug Emperor has, he is no match for me. He definitely won't dare to provoke me if he is alone. If these bugs were randomly placed here by him, it would be fine. If not, then the situation is a little bad." Chapter 365. Zhou Jie's expression changed slightly upon hearing her words. Just as the Tianji mirror warned, Xian Tian Princess discovered Imperial Emperor poisonous insects, surveillance insects. Zhou Jie would never believe that there was no connection between the two of them. "I've dealt with the insects. Your Highness, quickly hide in the Six Paths world. It'll be faster with the Six Paths world." While Zhou Jie was still thinking, Xian Tian Princess said. Hearing this, Zhou Jie felt that it was reasonable, so he nodded, took out the Six Paths world and entered it. Xian Tian Princess kept the Six Paths world in her sleeves and called for Tian Qi Imperial Emperor. The two of them then flew towards a tunnel leading to the third level. Along the way, Xian Tian Princess found a few more Imperial Emperor poisonous insects. As she killed them one by one, the uneasiness in her heart grew stronger and stronger. Not long after, Xian Tian Princess brought Tian Qi Emperor to a tunnel that led to the third level. Suddenly, her expression changed. She pulled Tian Qi Emperor and wanted to retreat, but the space around her exploded with golden light. Immediately, the golden light turned into countless golden strands of energy that entangled her from all directions. Xian Tian Empress Concubine's body emitted countless purple light rays that shot out like arrows, instantly shattering the countless golden strands of energy. At the same time, she did not injure Tian Qi Emperor, but because of this, her speed was greatly affected. While the Xian Tian Princess was busy dealing with the golden silk-like energy, the celestial monarch Sentinel appeared from a corner with a total of 8 celestial monarchs. They joined forces to activate another array formation and trapped the Xian Tian Princess and the celestial monarch inside. As soon as the Xian Tian Princess dealt with the golden energy, she was trapped within a radius of tens of meters by countless white energy chains. Xian Tian Princess was enraged. She took out her divine weapon, Purple Abyss, and under the power of her sword, the white energy chains crumbled into energy shards and disappeared into nothingness. Lady Xian Tian Princess, it's Imperial Emperor Sentry. Tianqi Imperial Emperor didn't need to do anything as he already noticed Imperial Emperor Sentry and the others. Xian Tian Princess was not surprised because she had expected it to be the Emperor Sentinel. After all, no one in the entire Imperial Blood Domain dared to attack her. Tianqi, I'll open a path for you later. You go first. Xian Tian Princess suddenly sent a telepathic message to Tianqi Emperor in an unquestionable tone. Hearing this, Emperor Tianqi was quite touched. His goddess had considered him at such a critical moment. Emperor Tianqi felt that his death was worth it. So Empress Concubine still cares about me. I'm not insignificant in her eyes. Tianqi Emperor was stunned for a moment. Seeing that Tianqi Emperor did not respond immediately, Xian Tian Princess frowned and transmitted her voice again. Tianqi, what are you thinking? They are here, get ready to leave. As Xian Tian Princess transmitted her voice, Emperor Sentry led the other 8 Imperial Emperors to surround her. With himself as the center, they formed a powerful force field, intending to trap Xian Tian Princess. Xian Tian Princess saw through Emperor Sentry and the others' intention and immediately attacked. Her purple abyss turned into a purple rainbow and directly hit Emperor Beast God, who was facing Emperor Sentry. Emperor Beast God panicked and tried to block it. He thought he would be sent flying, but he did not expect Emperor Sentry's formation to gather the power of the other 8 Imperial Emperors, including him. It was extremely powerful. Emperor Beast God blocked Xian Tian Princess's attack with just a lift of his hand. He only felt a little numb. The beast deity was pleasantly surprised. Just as he was thinking that he did not need to be afraid of the Xian Tian Princess, the purple sword radiance slashed toward him. He was so scared that his expression changed drastically. He was terrified subconsciously. Chi. Under the countless sword light attacks of Xian Tian Princess, Emperor Beast God was still sent flying despite the formation's support. He could not stop Xian Tian Princess's footstep. She stepped on his face and sent him flying. Emperor Sentry was not too surprised by this. After all, he was quite familiar with Xian Tian Princess's strength. Therefore, he was already prepared. As soon as Xian Tian Princess broke out of the encirclement, Emperor Sentry behind her threw out a pure white light chain. At the same time, he gathered the power of the formation of 9 people and directly infused it into the white light chain. The white light chain suddenly shone brightly. It was originally as thick as a finger, but after absorbing the energy from the Emperor Sentry during the flight, it suddenly became as thick as a python's body. Then, it quickly divided into 6 strands as thick as an adult's arm. Under the pressure of the 4th level, it still caught up with the Xian Tian Princess at a terrifying speed and blocked her way in the blink of an eye. Xian Tian Princess reacted very quickly. When she broke out of the encirclement, she did not forget to bring Emperor Tianqi with her. At this time, when she saw that the white light chain was about to bind her, she quickly pushed Emperor Tianqi to one side and transmitted a voice message to him to escape. Then, she slashed at the white light chain in front of her. Xian Tian Princess's sword was very powerful. She thought that she could easily break the white light chain's blockade. However, she found that her sword could not move it at all. She then realized that the white light chain was an emperor weapon. It was pushed to the limit by Emperor Sentry and the power of 8 emperors. No wonder she could not move it. Xian Tian Princess could not move it, so she could only retreat. However, if the white light chain could run in front of her, how could it not be blocked behind her? Therefore, Xian Tian Princess only retreated a few meters before she touched the white light chain behind her. The white light chain pinced her from all sides and was about to bind her. At this critical moment, Xian Tian Princess finally chose to use her forbidden skill. She fully exploded. Amethyst Battle Body. In an instant, Xian Tian Princess's robe was completely shattered. Her snow-white skin instantly turned into a pure amethyst color, including her face and hair. It was very dreamy. Along with the transformation of the amethyst battle body, a terrifying nomological field was released with the Princess of Xian Tian at the center, causing the expressions of the Emperor Sentry and the others to change. A terrifying power was released from Xian Tian Princess, delaying the white chains from binding her for a short while. Xian Tian Princess took this opportunity to slash at the white chains with her sword. Boom! Like a muffled thunderclap, the white chain of light was actually shaken apart. The white light energy condensed by the chain itself scattered, instantly releasing a powerful shockwave. Its power was enough to sweep across the surface of a planet. Tianqi Emperor had just flown away when he saw that Xian Tian Empress concubine was about to be tied up. He gritted his teeth and chose to fly back. Seeing that the situation had reversed, he was hit by the shockwave and flew away again. However, the Xian Tian princess knew very well that even if she used the amethyst battle body, she would not be able to fight against the Emperor Sentinel and the other 8 imperial emperors. Therefore, she dispersed the white chain of light with her sword and escaped. Emperor Sentry seemed to have predicted Xian Tian princess's move. When Xian Tian princess released her sword, he seriously attacked and flew above Xian Tian princess's head. Once Xian Tian princess escaped, Emperor Sentry attacked at lightning speed. There was no energy light from his palm, but the space in its path was violently distorted. Empress concubine Xian Tian sensed Emperor Sentry's palm attack and immediately stabbed her sword to defend herself. When the palm and sword collided, Emperor Sentry quickly withdrew his hand and deflected the force while Empress concubine Xian Tian's body froze for a moment. As soon as Xian Tian princess regained her mobility, she quickly shot out and tried to escape the battlefield. However, Emperor Sentry was determined to capture Xian Tian princess. He immediately chased after her and transmitted his voice to her. Xian Tian, you can't escape today. Why don't you stop resisting and be my woman? Not only will you not be hurt, but you can also enjoy everything you want in the Emperor blood field. Isn't that great? Xian Tian princess heard Emperor Sentry's voice transmission but did not reply. She continued to escape with all her might. Imperial Lord Sentry was enraged when he saw this. He immediately took out his intrinsic weapon, Heaven Light Ruler. It was a silver-white broadsword, but the sword's tip was flat. The entire blade looked like a ruler. I said, you can't escape. Emperor Sentry angrily transmitted his voice. At the same time, he chased after Xian Tian princess with all his might. He waved the Heaven Light Ruler and released a terrifying white light. Seeing that the white light was about to swallow Xian Tian princess, Xian Tian princess turned around and blocked the white light with her sword. She used the force to retreat and turned around to escape again. However, the Emperor Sentry had already seen through it. After swinging his sword, he flew up and swung his sword at the path behind the Empress concubine. Xian Tian princess turned around in a hurry and was caught off guard by the unexpected attack. She was immediately sent flying by the white light and her body tumbled in the void. The Emperor Sentry took the opportunity to throw out a white light chain. Together with the other 8 emperors' golden thread-like energy, they wanted to take down the Xian Tian princess. However, Xian Tian princess was still in the state of amethyst battle body. Although she had consumed a lot of energy to break through the white light chains, she still had the powerful combat power of Emperor Sentry. Facing the 2 seals, she chose to burst out again and tore apart all the entanglements. However, Emperor Sentry took advantage of the situation and also used a secret technique to strengthen himself. His entire body was shrouded in a terrifying white light as he charged toward Xian Tian princess. Xian Tian princess had no choice but to fight with Emperor Sentry. Both sides were evenly matched. As they waved their weapons, they constantly released terrifying energy that tore apart space. The 8 emperors not far away were shocked and did not dare to get close. The fierce battle lasted for more than 2 minutes. Finally, Xian Tian Princess's amethyst battle body disappeared first and the outcome was decided. Puff! Xian Tian Princess spat out blood. Her entire body bent like a bow and flew backward. The surface of her amethyst battle body was covered with cracks. Obviously, she was severely injured. Xian Tian, you have nowhere to go. You can only choose to surrender to me. Emperor Sentry's voice resounded in this space. He sounded quite righteous. Chapter 366. In the 6th Daos Pagoda, Zhou Jie saw the scene of the Xian Tian princess being severely injured through the screen created by Zhou Tianwu. He was shocked and asked Zhou Tianwu anxiously, Senior Tianwu, she is an elite disciple of the Zhou sacred ground. Do you have any way to save her? Oh, an elite disciple of the Zhou sacred ground? Zhou Tianwu heard this and was slightly surprised. He looked at the screen and then said, the amethyst battle body is indeed a secret skill of the sacred ground. It was created by the ancient divine emperor. However, the requirements to cultivate it are very strict and it is difficult to master. Zhou Jie heard this and was speechless. The most important thing now was to save her. There was no need to explain the amethyst battle body to him. So Zhou Jie asked, Senior, do you have any way to save her? Hearing Zhou Jie's urging, Zhou Tianwu said, Your Highness, don't worry. Let me see the situation clearly. Zhou Jie had no choice but to wait. After a few seconds, Zhou Jie saw a man in a white robe holding a long sword and attacking the Xian Tian princess. The Xian Tian princess resisted with all her might, but in less than a breath, she was injured again. Even the purple abyss in her hand was knocked away. Zhou Jie saw this and knew that the Xian Tian princess could not hold on for much longer. He could not help but urge, Senior Tianwu. Seeing Zhou Jie like this, Zhou Tianwu sighed and said, Your Highness, you know that we can't do anything. In this situation, if Your Highness insists on saving her, we can only ask Your Highness to use that thing in advance. What thing? Zhou Jie heard this and could not help but ask in surprise. Your Highness inheritance ring, there should be something similar to a disc array. Your Highness, please take it out. Zhou Tianwu asked but did not answer directly. Instead, he said so. Zhou Jie did as he was told and quickly found the thing that Zhou Tianwu described in the space ring. When Zhou Jie took it out, he realized that he could not see through this thing that he had forgotten. However, the difference was that Zhou Jie could not feel anything when he looked at this thing. Now, he felt that it was mysterious. This kind of mysterious feeling was very magical. Zhou Jie couldn't explain it clearly, but he could really feel its existence. Senior, what is this thing? Zhou Jie was more and more curious about this thing that he could not see through, so he asked urgently. There is a drop of transcendent power sealed in it. Zhou Tianwu answered Zhou Jie's question with a serious look. Transcendent power? Zhou Jie heard this and was still puzzled, but there was more shock in it. Although Zhou Jie did not know what transcendent power was, he knew that the transcendent was an existence above the universe emperor realm. The thing that was named after it should be very precious. Even a universe emperor weapon's value could not be compared to it. Zhou Tianwu's following explanation confirmed Zhou Jie's thoughts. Transcendent power, as the name suggests, is the power of a transcendent expert. Transcendent power is a power that goes against the operation of the universe's laws. It is extremely difficult for a transcendent expert to condense a drop of transcendent power and preserve it for cultivators below the transcendent level to use. This treasure that looks like a formation plate was personally refined by the Lord Holy Master. It has the Lord Holy Master's laws on it, so it can seal transcendent power. The price for a transcendent expert to condense a drop of transcendent power is not small. Therefore, the value of the drop of transcendent power inside it is immeasurable. Even Universe Emperor Realm experts would fight over it. After Zhou Tianwu explained what transcendent power was, Zhou Jie's shock could not be any greater. He had never thought that he would actually have such a heaven-defying item. Fortunately, he had never taken it out to show it to others. Otherwise, just thinking about it would be enough to make him feel scared. At this time, Zhou Tianwu continued, I originally planned to wait until Your Highness approached the Universe Emperor realm before telling Your Highness about transcendent power. However, if Your Highness must save that Holy Land disciple outside, you can only use it now. When Zhou Jie heard this, he was about to speak, but Zhou Tianwu reminded him again, Your Highness must think clearly. This transcendent power is extremely precious. If you use it now, I'm afraid Your Highness won't even be able to display 1/10,000th of its effect. Once you reach the Universe Emperor realm, you'll be able to use 70 to 80% of it. In response to Zhou Tianwu's advice, Zhou Jie said almost without hesitation, I've thought it through. No matter how precious transcendent power is, it's not as precious as friends. Seeing Zhou Jie like this, Zhou Tianwu nodded and did not try to dissuade Zhou Jie. He waved his hand and removed the laws on the surface of the artifact that contained transcendent power. As soon as the sealing laws were removed, a primordial power immediately spread out, causing Zhou Jie to feel as if he was facing an abyss of fear. At the same time, he trembled from the bottom of his heart. It was a kind of oppressive feeling that said, in the heavens and under the earth, only I am supreme. No matter how vainly Zhou Jie tried to resist, he could only feel breathless. He could not move his body, and even his soul and consciousness seemed to be frozen. Apart from feeling fear, he could not think of anything else. Zhou Tianwu obviously knew how terrifying transcendent power was. At once, with a flick of his finger, he took out a drop of pure white glowing liquid from the sealed artifact and instantly injected it into Zhou Jie's body. Go, Your Highness. You can't control transcendent power. It will soon be corroded. Remember to finish the battle quickly, Zhou Tianwu said. When Zhou Jie regained his senses, he was also transported out of the Six Paths Pagoda. After Xian Tian Princess was injured by Imperial Emperor Sentry again and her weapon was knocked away, she completely lost the ability to fight against Imperial Emperor Sentry. Thus, Imperial Emperor Sentry was no longer in a hurry to attack. He looked down at Xian Tian Princess from above and said, Are you still not going to submit to me? Xian Tian Princess hovered in the void, her body was still like a purple crystal, but her surface was filled with broken patterns. She looked like she was in a mess. Facing Imperial Emperor Sentry's question, if it was in the past, she would have rejected without a second thought. But this time was different. She still had the Six Paths world in her dimensional bracelet, which meant that she still had Zhou Jie with her. If she insisted on resisting and was killed, everything in her dimensional bracelet would be taken away by Imperial Emperor Sentry. By then, Zhou Jie would be captured by Imperial Emperor Sentry, which was something she did not want to see. Instead, Xian Tian Princess thought that it would be better for her to pretend to submit to Imperial Emperor Sentry. That way, she might have a chance to send Zhou Jie away secretly, and she would have a chance to turn the tables in the future. With that thought in mind, Xian Tian Princess kept silent for a few seconds. Just when she was about to say yes, she suddenly heard Imperial Emperor Tianqi's voice. Princess, run. I'll hold them back. Upon hearing him, Xian Tian Princess looked up and saw Imperial Emperor Tianqi behind Imperial Emperor Sentry. His body lit up and he charged towards Imperial Emperor Sentry like a meteor. At the same time, he shouted, Sentry, die. Imperial Emperor Sentry sensed the commotion behind him, and he turned around before Imperial Emperor Tianqi's voice reached him. When he saw Imperial Emperor Tianqi's body lit up like the sun, his face changed and he shouted in shock, Self-detonation? Although Emperor Sentry and Emperor Tianqi were two whole levels apart in terms of cultivation base, The self-detonation of an expert of the same level was extraordinary. Even Emperor Sentry did not dare to get close to it and immediately retreated. The other 8 emperors on Emperor Sentry's side also hurriedly retreated, fearing that they would not be able to avoid it in time. When Xian Tian Princess saw that Imperial Emperor Tian Qi was going to self-detonate to give her a chance to escape, she was stunned. When she came back to her senses, she immediately sent a voice transmission to Imperial Emperor Tian Qi. Imperial Emperor Tian Qi, no, stop. However, Imperial Emperor Tian Qi's self-detonation was extremely fast. He was only a few seconds away from uncontrollable self-detonation. Xian Tian Princess's voice transmission could not reach Imperial Emperor Tian Qi in time. Imperial Emperor Sentry fled into the sky while Imperial Emperor Tian Qi pursued him relentlessly. They were less than 2,000 meters apart, so no matter how fast Imperial Emperor Sentry fled, he would only be able to create a distance of over 2,000 meters between them when Imperial Emperor Sentry detonated himself. Moreover, the amount of force that could be reduced by the detonation of an Imperial Emperor Realm expert was simply too little. In less than 2 seconds, Tian Qi Emperor was about to self-destruct, and Xian Tian Princess was about to run away with tears in her eyes. Suddenly, Xian Tian Princess's dimensional bracelet exploded, and a blinding white light appeared. It flashed to a position about 1,000 meters above Xian Tian Princess at an incredible speed. The cluster of dazzling white light was naturally Zhou Jie, who had used extraordinary powers. At this very moment, his feelings were truly indescribable. At this moment, Zhou Jie felt that he had endless power. Everything was so simple or weak in his eyes. He was the ruler of this world, the ruler of this universe. It was as if he could see through everything, destroy everything, and create everything with just a thought. At this moment, the laws were like countless lines in Zhou Qijie's eyes, incomparably clear and tangible. Moreover, he only needed a single thought to move them, change them, and transform them. This omnipotent feeling of control was a wondrous feeling that no one could imagine. As soon as Zhou Jie appeared, he immediately changed the flow of time in this space. Everyone's movements were as slow as still in his eyes, but he was not affected at all. Zhou Jie soon noticed Imperial Emperor Tian Qi, who was self-detonating. He was slightly surprised. With a thought, he made all the uncontrollable energy in his body return to a stable state. Then, Zhou Jie looked at Imperial Emperor Sentry. Imperial Emperor Sentry, who was originally unfathomable to him, was instantly like a transparent person. Zhou Jie completely saw through him. But in the next second, Zhou Jie felt the feeling of having everything under his control begin to weaken. He realized that his transcendent power was rapidly dispersing, and he no longer dared to be careless. With a thought, he smashed the Emperor's Sentinel into smithereens, leaving nothing behind. Chapter 367. Immediately after, Zhou Jie's consciousness touched the Imperial Emperor Beast God and the others. The Imperial Emperor Beast God and the others still had the same expression on their faces a few seconds ago. Then, all of them turned into dust in an instant and disappeared into nothingness. The depths of Zhou Jie's heart wasn't calm at all when he'd practically instantly annihilated 9 imperial monarchs. At this moment, he finally had a deeper understanding of extraordinary strength. At the same time, his desire towards strength, or to be more precise, the energy of the laws had become unprecedentedly strong. Then, with a thought, Zhou Jie picked up the treasures left behind by the 9 emperors and put them into his spatial ring. Since Zhou Jie could not control his extraordinary power well, the spatial devices and treasures of the 9 emperors were all pulverized by his thought, including their armors and other treasures. The few treasures that remained were the possessions of some of the emperors, and they were lucky enough to survive. After doing all that, Zhou Jie looked around with mixed feelings. Although his mind could clearly see everything, it was exactly because of that he felt that what his eyes saw was completely different from what he had seen before. Sensing that the transcendent power in his body was rapidly draining away as if it had been devoured by a mysterious power, Zhou Jie reluctantly tasted the power that controlled everything. Then, with a thought, the flow of time around him returned to normal. Instantly, the Xiantian Princess and Emperor Celestial Knight regained their mobility and flew forward in their original state. However, with their cultivation, they could sense the changes in time and space even though they could not resist the influence of extraordinary power. Therefore, both of them paled and subconsciously stopped flying. After Emperor Tian Qi stopped, he recalled that he had chosen to self-destruct, so he could no longer control the energy in his body. But now the energy in his body was very stable. Emperor Tian Qi couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he scanned the area with his perception and fixed his gaze on Zhou Qijie, who was not far away. Almost at the same time, Xian Tian Princess's eyes also fell on Zhou Jie's position. However, she was too far away and could only rely on her perception. Because of this, Xian Tian Princess's expression became quite shocked. In her perception, the space where Zhou Jie was seemed to bear countless black holes with incredible power. Her perception instantly disappeared as if it had fallen into a sea of mud. Emperor Celestial Knight was relatively close to Zhou Jie and could see Zhou Jie with the naked eye. However, he was also shocked because his senses encountered the same situation as the Xiantian princess. He could not believe that the person in that position was Zhou Jie. After unfreezing the spacetime, Zhou Jie sighed inwardly. The transcendent power was leaving him at an even faster speed. It was not until now that he truly felt that using this drop of transcendent power with his current strength was truly a reckless waste of God's gift and a great wastrel. Then, Zhou Jie put away his reluctance to use the extraordinary power. Sensing that the Xiantian Princess and Emperor Celestial Knight were looking at him strangely, he couldn't help but use the extraordinary power to cover Emperor Celestial Knight and teleport in front of the Xiantian Princess. Both the Xiantian Princess and Emperor Celestial Knight were shocked almost at the same time. The former saw Zhou Jie suddenly appear less than 3 meters away from her, while the latter found that he had been teleported by a terrifying force. When the Xiantian Princess and Emperor Celestial Knight saw Zhou Jie clearly, they exclaimed at the same time, "Your Highness, Zhou Jie? Your Highness, is that you?" The Xiantian Princess sensed the terrifying power around Zhou Jie and couldn't help but ask. She suspected that Zhou Jie had been inexplicably possessed by something. Seeing this, Zhou Jie also realized how shocked the Xiantian Princess and Emperor Celestial Knight were, so he immediately explained, "It's me. Don't be afraid. I've used a drop of extraordinary power, so I temporarily have a trace of the power of a transcendent." After hearing Zhou Jie's explanation, Emperor Celestial Knight was confused. Obviously, he had never heard of the extraordinary power, nor did he know about the existence of the transcendent realm. However, the Xiantian Princess's reaction was huge. She immediately exclaimed, "Extraordinary power! It's the extraordinary power, no wonder!" Extraordinary power? What is that? Emperor Celestial Knight finally asked after seeing the Xiantian Princess's reaction. Zhou Jie glanced at Emperor Celestial Knight and then at the Xiantian Princess. His meaning was obvious. He didn't know if he should say this, so it was up to the Xiantian Princess to decide. The Xiantian Princess saw Zhou Jie's reaction and seemed to know what Zhou Jie was thinking. She said to Emperor Celestial Knight, "Remember I told you that the realm above the Emperor realm is the Emperor realm? The Transcendent is the realm above the Emperor realm. The extraordinary power is the power of a Transcendent. Let's not talk about anything else." After explaining to Emperor Celestial Knight, the Xiantian Princess looked at Zhou Jie and frowned slightly. "Your Highness, the extraordinary power is extremely precious. It's a waste to use it to save us. Just now, hearing Xian Tian Princess's words, Zhou Jie interrupted her and said, "All right, I've used it. I won't regret it." The Xiantian princess was speechless after hearing Zhou Jie's words. However, she also sighed. Obviously, she still felt sorry for Zhou Jie. A drop of extraordinary power was too precious. Even the emperor weapon couldn't compare. Zhou Jie didn't care about this. To him, no matter how precious the extraordinary power was, it wasn't as precious as his family. The Xiantian princess had saved him before and was willing to follow him as the Holy Son. He was very grateful to her and had long regarded her as his family. "I've killed Emperor Celestial and the others. In this mystery realm, there shouldn't be anyone else who can threaten you, Sister Qingxian. Let's continue to look for the next inheritance," Zhou Jie suggested after thinking for a while. The Xiantian princess thought so too. She was overjoyed and nodded in agreement with Zhou Jie's idea. Then, she led Zhou Jie and the Xiantian princess to look for the second inheritance in the mystery realm. It had to be said that Zhou Jie and the others were very lucky to have found the first heritage land. This was because they had spent more than 20 years to find the second heritage land. Moreover, it was completely under the condition that the Xiantian princess was rushing. The second inheritance was completely different from the first one. It was a dark red palace floating in the void. When the Xiantian princess and the others arrived, there were already 2 people inside. The Xiantian princess knew one of them was a late-stage Emperor Celestial, but she didn't know the early-stage Emperor Celestial. The late-stage Emperor Celestial she knew was also very famous. He was called Emperor Yijie and was very powerful. Previously, apart from Emperor Celestial and the Xiantian princess, he could do whatever he wanted in the imperial blood field. He was almost the 3rd most powerful person in the imperial blood field. The reason why Monarch Yijie and the other unknown monarch were safe in the Legacy Palace was naturally not because Monarch Yijie was kind enough to allow the other monarch to search for him. Instead, after entering the palace, Monarch Yijie was informed that he was going to take the inheritance trial. As a result, he was trapped as soon as the trial began. The other Monarch Yijie had arrived before Monarch Yijie and was similarly trapped. Zhou Jie and the others saw Emperor Yijie and the other 2 sitting cross-legged in the air at the entrance of the palace. They were surrounded by a light blue halo and seemed to be deducing something. They were very confused. After that, the Xiantian princess asked Zhou Jie and the other 2 to wait at the entrance while she went to take the inheritance test alone. She didn't want Zhou Jie and the others to be trapped inside like Emperor Yijie and the other 2. After Zhou Jie and the other 2 agreed, the Xiantian princess flew into the palace. Immediately, a divine thought entered her mind. First of all, congratulations on coming to the inheritance palace. If you want to take the test, enter the halo under your feet. Break the halo and you will pass the test. The time limit is 100 years. If you fail to break the time limit, you will be teleported and will never be able to enter the inheritance palace again. Hearing this, the Xiantian princess's heart skipped a beat. She only had one chance. She doubted if she could pass the test in one try. After all, in the inheritance palace, there was more than one chance to pass the test, but she still failed. However, before the test began, the Xiantian princess didn't know how difficult it was to break the halo. She didn't have time to prepare. Therefore, after thinking about it, she resolutely descended and floated into the light blue halo that had just appeared below her. Chapter 368. As soon as Zhou Qingxian entered the light circle, she felt a cool sensation all over her body. She could not help but shiver. Only then did she realize that the cool sensation had penetrated into her soul. Then, Zhou Qingxian received some information and understood the specific content of the test. She was pleasantly surprised. It turned out that the barrier of light was filled with restriction laws. Only by breaking these restriction laws could the barrier of light be removed. There were two methods to remove these restriction laws. One was to break them with force. That was to rely on absolute strength to crush the restriction laws. That way, the barrier of light would be broken. The other method was to understand the laws of the restriction laws and use a specific method to remove them. That way, it would be much easier. Obviously, it was impossible for an imperial emperor to break the restrictive spells in the test left by ancient divine emperor. Therefore, for Xian Tian Princess and the others, the only way was to understand these restrictive spells and break them with a specific method. The reason why Zhou Qingxian was so surprised was that she had learned some of these restrictive spells before. Ancient divine emperor had taught her personally. However, with Zhou Qingxuan's cultivation at that time, she could only understand most of these restrictive spells. Due to her limited strength, she could not understand some of them. But now, it was no longer a problem. But some restrictive spells are unfamiliar to me. But if they are of similar difficulty, it is only a matter of time before I break them. Zhou Qingxian thought excitedly. Soon, she began to break the restrictive spells in the light circle. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 50 years had passed. During these 50 years, Zhou Jie and Tianqi Emperor had been waiting at the gate of the Hall of Inheritance. They did not move at all. Even Zhou Jie did not open his eyes. However, Tianqi Emperor opened his eyes from time to look at the light circle where Xian Tian Princess was. The worry in his eyes was always there. During these 50 years, Zhou Jie had been cultivating. However, he was not absorbing the energy of the universe. Instead, he was concentrating on comprehending the laws. After using the transcendent power, Zhou Jie found that his comprehension of the laws had suddenly skyrocketed. He had gained so much that he needed to digest and absorb it bit by bit. He also needed to comprehend and use it at a deeper level. The reason why Zhou Jie suddenly gained so much comprehension of the laws was very simple. When he used the transcendent power, he could see through all the laws second only to the transcendent level. This allowed him to gain a lot of comprehension of the laws effortlessly. However, Zhou Jie felt that he would need a very, very long time to digest and absorb these comprehensions. This was because not only were there a lot of comprehensions, but they also included all the laws from the Imperial Emperor realm to the Cosmos Emperor realm. Although Zhou Jie had used and sensed part of them when he used extraordinary power, it was naturally impossible for him to completely memorize, comprehend, and use all of these comprehensions with his current cultivation base after the extraordinary power disappeared. The only thing he could do was to make the best use of his time to digest and absorb as much of these comprehensions as possible before integrating and using them in order to make them completely suitable for his current strength to be used. This was also the reason why Zhou Jie did not open his eyes for 50 years. There were so many laws that he needed to comprehend that 50 years was not enough for him to absorb and integrate 1/1000th of them. However, at some point in the 50th year, there was a muffled sound in the hall. Zhou Jie and Tianqi Emperor were startled at the same time. The two of them opened their eyes and looked in the direction of the sound. They saw that the light circle where Xian Tian Princess was had shattered, and Xian Tian Princess appeared there in a dazzling purple light. Xian Tian Princess, did you succeed? Tianqi Emperor was overjoyed when he saw this. He looked even happier than Xian Tian Princess herself. Seeing that Zhou Qingxian had broken the light circle, Zhou Jie was also very happy. However, he did not know the content of the inheritance test, so he did not know if Zhou Qingxian had passed the test. Therefore, he responded to Tianqi Emperor's words and said, "Yes, but I don't know if the test is over." However, as soon as Zhou Jie's voice fell, he caught a glimpse of the other two halos, suddenly shrinking. Then, they instantly rushed toward him, and the Celestial Cavalry Emperor. Zhou Jie and Tian Qi Emperor hurriedly dodged, but the two light circles were too fast. In an instant, they flew over their heads and out of the hall, disappearing into the distance. Zhou Jie and Tian Qi Emperor were stunned. Then, Zhou Jie realized that Xian Tian Princess had passed the inheritance test and obtained the inheritance of this place. Therefore, Tian Qi Emperor and Tian Qi Emperor, who were still undergoing the test, were sent away. Looks like it's a success. Zhou Jie understood this point and immediately added. At the same time, the light around Zhou Qingxian dissipated. Her beautiful eyes immediately fell on the door of the hall. However, just as she was about to fly toward Zhou Jie and Tian Qi Emperor, her mind was attacked by the inheritance information. Her consciousness fell into an illusion. Then, her body in the real world was suddenly enveloped by countless light circles. In an instant, Zhou Jie and Tian Qi Emperor could not sense her. Zhou Jie and Tian Qi Emperor were shocked when they saw this. Empress concubine! Tian Qi Emperor exclaimed and was about to rush into the palace. Zhou Jie reacted quickly and pulled Tian Qi Emperor back. He said, "Don't worry. Sister Qingxian should have completed the inheritance test and is probably accepting the inheritance now." Tian Qi Emperor heard Zhou Jie's words and suddenly realized something. He patted his head and could not help but laugh. "Yes, am I stupid?" Zhou Jie saw this and could not help but laugh. Then, his eyes flashed and he fell into deep thought. Not long after, the countless light circles around the Xian Tian Princess suddenly trembled. Then, as if they were being compressed by a force, they rapidly shrank toward the center. This situation lasted for more than 2 hours. In the end, the countless light circles gathered together and revealed Zhou Qingxian in the center. At this moment, Zhou Qingxuan's entire body was wrapped in a dazzling blue-gray light. Her face could not be seen clearly. Countless silk-like streams of light circled around her body and kept going in and out of her body. As the streams of light kept going in and out of her body, the blue-gray light gradually shrank and finally disappeared from Zhou Qingxuan's naked body. Then, the streams of light quickly entered her body and disappeared without a trace. Zhou Jie and Tian Qi Emperor retracted their gaze and perception at the same time. Their faces were slightly embarrassed. The light that surrounded Zhou Qingxian disappeared without a trace. She was floating there naked. However, this was only for a moment. Less than half a second after the light dissipated, the Xian Tian Princess opened her eyes. At the same time, the energy on her body transformed into her original clothes. When Zhou Qingxian looked at Zhou Jie and Tian Qi Emperor, she saw that both of them had lowered their heads. She knew what had just happened. Her expression changed slightly, but she quickly returned to normal. After all, she was an imperial emperor. There was no need for her to be embarrassed. Zhou Jie and Tian Qi Emperor felt that it was about time. They raised their heads again and saw Zhou Qingxuan's body move. Like a shadow, she flashed close to them. "Your Highness!" Tian Qi Emperor saw this and was the first to exclaim excitedly. "Sister Qingxian, congratulations!" Zhou Jie was also happy for Zhou Qingxian. He immediately congratulated her with a smile. Zhou Qingxian could not help but smile. Then she said, "I was lucky. I happened to know the test of this inheritance. That's why I passed it. The Sacred Emperor gave me a unique skill of the sacred ground, the starlight body, as a reward. However, I don't have His Highness token. The Sacred Emperor only gave me some information and asked me to go to a place. He said that he would consider accepting me as his disciple." Zhou Jie frowned slightly. He immediately understood that the 3 inheritances left by the Sacred Emperor were different. First, the test that Zhou Jie passed should be the most difficult one. Therefore, those who passed the test would be accepted as the Sacred Emperor's personal disciple. They would also receive a token that could lead them to the location of the ancient emperor. The other two tests were probably less difficult. Those who passed would not receive a token and would only be told to go to a certain place. They might even have to be inspected by the ancient emperor before they could be accepted as a disciple. However, since Zhou Jie understood this, so did Zhou Qingxian. Therefore, Zhou Jie did not voice out his thoughts. Instead, he nodded and said, "That's not a problem. I'm sure Sister Qingxian and I will go to the same place. We can go together then." Zhou Qingxian nodded. Then, she suddenly thought of something and looked at Tianqi Emperor. Tianqi Emperor was puzzled. However, Zhou Jie understood what Zhou Qingxian meant. He immediately said, "There's one more inheritance left. Why don't you give it a try?" Chapter 369. Me! Emperor Tianqi was taken aback by Zhou Jie's words. Before this, he had never thought that he would obtain the ancient divine emperor's inheritance. In fact, with Emperor Tianqi's strength, he could compete for many things in the land of inheritance. However, he had followed Zhou Qingxian for so long that he no longer thought of himself as a high and mighty mid-stage emperor. Not only that, he often lamented his own weakness and felt that he was not good enough for Zhou Qingxian. This was also the fundamental reason why he had always admired Zhou Qingxian but did not dare to express his feelings. The Xian Tian princess's brilliance was too dazzling for Emperor Tianqi. Therefore, Emperor Tianqi came with the attitude of following Zhou Qingxian from the beginning and did not think that he could obtain anything in the land of inheritance. For example, the followers of the Emperor Sentinel followed the Emperor Sentinel for the sake of his protection and the thought that they could drink the meat soup while the Emperor Sentinel ate the meat soup. However, Emperor Tianqi followed Zhou Qingxian purely because of his admiration for her. Seeing Emperor Tianqi's surprised expression, Zhou Qingxian immediately said, "Yes, that's what I thought too, Emperor Tianqi. His Highness the Holy Sun and I have each obtained an inheritance. It's not appropriate to leave the last inheritance to an outsider. If you can obtain the last inheritance, you can leave the imperial blood field with us." Emperor Tianqi's heart skipped a beat when he heard Zhou Qingxuan's words. Then, he became determined to obtain the last inheritance, for no other reason than to be able to leave the imperial blood field with Zhou Qingxian and continue to follow her. That was all. Emperor Tianqi suddenly became excited and agreed, "Okay, since the holy princess says so, I'll give it a try." "Okay, then let's continue to look for the next inheritance." Zhou Qingxian nodded her head in satisfaction, and then she brought Zhou Jie and Zhou Qingxian with her and vanished on the spot. Only after searching for the third inheritance did Zhou Qingxian and the others realize that they were truly lucky to have been able to find the first two inheritances so quickly. Because Zhou Qingxian had spent over 80 years to find the last inheritance in a space on the fourth level. The location of the third inheritance was also a floating island, but there was a circular lake glowing with blue light on it, occupying more than 99% of the island's area. There was only a circle of empty space at the edge of the island that was a few meters long, and the diameter of the lake was thousands of meters long. After Zhou Jie's group of 3 landed on the empty space at the edge of the island, Zhou Qingxian first sensed the lake before her. In the end, she discovered that there was a layer of invisible restriction on the surface of the lake, preventing her from probing. Of course, this result did not surprise Zhou Qingxian and the others in the slightest. After all, since this was the final inheritance ground, it was definitely not simple. "There's only this lake here, so the test must be in this lake," Zhou Jie said. His meaning was very clear. Once they entered the range of the lake, they would probably be able to take the test. "Okay, then I'll go," Tianqi Emperor immediately said. His tone was full of confidence, as if he was not afraid of the inheritance test at all. "Go do your best," Zhou Qingxian said at this time. Zhou Jie also encouraged him. After all, according to the previous two experiences, this inheritance test was not life-threatening. It was only a matter of success or failure. When Tianqi Emperor heard the Xian Tian princess say, "Do your best," to him, he was instantly overjoyed. He trembled with excitement and could not help but reply in an even more determined tone, "Yes, Your Highness, I will do my best to obtain this inheritance." After saying that, Tianqi Emperor strode toward the lake, his eyes flashing with an extremely sharp light. When he was less than half a meter away from the lake, Tianqi Emperor stopped. After pausing for a moment, he walked forward again and missed a step. Initially, Tianqi Emperor wanted to fly away, but he did not expect that there was a no-fly law above the lake, causing his expression to change instantly. With a plop sound, he stepped into the lake. When Zhou Jie and Zhou Qingxian saw this, they could not help but be stunned. They looked at each other and could not help but laugh. When Tianqi Emperor fell into the lake and tried to struggle, he found that an extremely terrifying chill instantly spread throughout his body, causing his body and energy to freeze. Even his soul power was frozen in his soul realm after a brief resistance. At this time, from an outsider's point of view, Tianqi Emperor maintained a strange, struggling posture. His entire body was motionless like an ice sculpture as he sank to the bottom of the lake. However, when he reached a certain depth in the lake, he stopped and floated there. At the same time, Tianqi Emperor was also informed of the contents of the test. Those who enter the extreme desolate stream will have to accept the test unconditionally. The time limit is 100 years. Those who remain conscious within 100 years will pass the test and obtain this inheritance. If you lose your consciousness, you will be teleported and will never be able to enter this place again. Now the test has begun. Good luck to you, test taker. After knowing the contents of the test, Tianqi Emperor breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he realized how difficult this test was. At this moment, he felt that his soul origin was gradually freezing. If this were to continue, he estimated that he would not be able to last a day before he lost his consciousness and failed the test. However, when Tianqi Emperor thought of the importance of this test to him, he immediately became spirited. "No matter what, I have to get through it," Tianqi Emperor quickly told himself. Suddenly, he felt that the coldness in the depths of his soul seemed to have lessened a little. Zhou Jie and Zhou Qingxian saw that Tianqi Emperor did not move for a long time after entering the lake, but they were not worried. The two of them went to the edge of the lake and looked at the bottom. However, because the lake was covered by a layer of blue light, they could not see even a millimeter below the surface of the lake. So, Zhou Jie and Zhou Qingxian had no choice but to step back and sit cross-legged on the spot to begin their own cultivation. Zhou Jie continued to absorb and comprehend the laws, but Zhou Qingxian was different. With her current cultivation level, cultivating for a few decades or 100 years would have almost no effect on her. Thus, if she were to suddenly enter secluded cultivation, not only would it take a long time, she would also definitely gain some insights, cultivate, or improve some sort of combat mystic technique or other means to assist in combat. Thus, Zhou Qingxian was currently sitting cross-legged in cultivation, her main focus on the mystic technique she had just inherited, the Star Glory body. Time passed by. In the blink of an eye, it was the 100th year since Tianqi Emperor entered the extreme desolate cold current. There was only half a month left until the 100th year. In the depths of the extreme desolate cold current, Tianqi Emperor still maintained his frozen posture. His face was expressionless as if he was already dead. However, in the depths of Tianqi Emperor's soul realm, there was still a trace of consciousness in his soul origin. This trace of consciousness was extremely weak. It was like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. However, in such a situation, Tianqi Emperor's soul origin had persisted for more than 30 years. In the beginning, Tianqi Emperor tried his best to resist the frost energy that invaded his soul realm. In the 60th year, Tianqi Emperor's soul origin was forced to turtle up and was frozen bit by bit. Tianqi Emperor's consciousness became more and more blurred and was on the verge of being extinguished. But in the end, for some reason, Tianqi Heavenly Emperor regained his consciousness. Just like that, he maintained a weak consciousness for more than 30 years. For a trace of consciousness that couldn't think, 30 years of resistance was unbelievable and unimaginable. It was also because of these 30 years of freezing that Tianqi Emperor's soul origin underwent a qualitative change. The most direct result of this qualitative change was that Tianqi Emperor produced a trace of heart force. Heart force. That's right, it was the heart force mentioned in the Divine Soul Path's heart force secret technique. It was also the foundation of the heart force secret technique cultivation. Zhou Jie still couldn't grasp even a trace of it. On this day, Tianqi Emperor's soul origin produced a trace of heart force. Not long after the heart force appeared, Tianqi Emperor heard something in his days. Following that, he felt an incomparably blazing energy awaken from the depths of his soul. It helped him gradually repel the frost energy that invaded his soul realm. Not long after, Tianqi Emperor regained consciousness and opened his eyes. That's right, there was still half a month before the 100th year deadline. Tianqi Emperor had awakened ahead of time. Chapter 370. On this day, Zhou Jie and Zhou Qingxian were cultivating as usual. Suddenly, they sensed something and opened their eyes at the same time. They looked up at the lake not far away. That was where Emperor Tianqi had fallen into the lake. At this time, the lake rippled slightly and a head broke out of the lake. In the blink of an eye, it flew 2 to 3 meters above the lake and stopped there. This person was none other than Tianqi Emperor. At this moment, his entire body was shrouded in azure light. An extremely cold aura spread out along with his appearance, causing Zhou Jie and Zhou Qingxuan's expressions to change. As Emperor Tianqi opened his eyes, his white eyes instantly returned to their usual clarity. At the same time, the blue light on his body dissipated and a new set of clothes appeared on his body. Emperor Tianqi saw Zhou Qingxian and Zhou Qingxian looking at him not far away, and a look of joy appeared on his face. He immediately flew to the two of them and shouted at the same time, "Lord Empress, I succeeded." Zhou Jie frowned slightly when he saw this. He was more or less helpless about being ignored, but of course, he did not take it to heart. "You succeeded? That's great. What kind of inheritance did you get?" Zhou Qingxian was also very happy that Emperor Tianqi could pass the inheritance test and immediately asked. Emperor Tianqi quickly replied, "I obtained a secret technique that can cultivate the ultimate realm. However, it is directly imprinted in my mind. There is no specific name, so I don't know what it is called. It's the cultivation method of the ultimate realm." Zhou Qingxian frowned when she heard this. Zhou Jie did not know what the ultimate realm was. Seeing Zhou Qingxian frown, he could not help but ask, "Sister Qingxian, what is the ultimate realm? Why are you frowning?" When she heard Zhou Jie's question, Zhou Qingxian explained. Actually, the paramount domain is a cultivation method that specializes in the path of a single law, and it allows one to utilize the law domain to its limit. Cultivating this technique can be said to be extremely difficult. Since one's able to possess the laws of paramount domain, one definitely possesses extraordinary control and utilization of the laws. Thus, the users of the paramount domain are usually invincible amongst those at the same realm of cultivation. For example, in the Imperial Monarch realm, a cultivator of the paramount domain who has just attained the initial stage of the Imperial Monarch realm possesses the strength to fight a few moves against a mid-stage Imperial Monarch. Even 3 or 4 ordinary initial stage Imperial Monarchs wouldn't be a match for that cultivator. However, there is a huge drawback to cultivating the ultimate realm. The further one goes, the harder it is to cultivate. I have never heard of anyone who has broken through to the Universe Emperor realm. After Zhou Qingxian finished explaining to Zhou Jie, she turned to look at the Celestial Cavalry Emperor. Emperor Tianqi immediately said, "Lady Empress, you are right. However, in my inherited memories, the ancient divine emperor was a cultivator of the ultimate realm. Moreover, he cultivated more than one of the ultimate realms. He also told me about the flaw of the ultimate realm. He said that one needs to comprehend heart force in order to have a chance to break through to the emperor realm. By luck, I have already comprehended heart force." "You have comprehended heart force." This time, before Zhou Qingxian could say anything, Zhou Jie exclaimed in shock. "Yes, Your Highness, do you know about heart force?" Emperor Tianqi replied with another question. As for Zhou Qingxian, she could not interject because she did not know what heart force was. In response to Emperor Tianqi's question, Zhou Jie nodded and said, "Yes, but I have only heard of it. I have yet to comprehend heart force." Emperor Tianqi nodded in response to Zhou Jie's answer and said, "Indeed, heart force is very mysterious. I have only comprehended a trace of it and do not know how to use it. Otherwise, I could tell Your Highness how to comprehend heart force." Zhou Jie could not help but laugh when he heard this. "According to my understanding, heart force cannot be imparted to outsiders. It can only be comprehended by others through guidance. You have only comprehended it at the beginning, so it is normal that you cannot tell me. I've never heard of heart force." At this moment, Zhou Qingxian spoke up to avoid the awkwardness. "Heart force can be said to be illusory. Anyone can comprehend it if they are fated. Even Universe Emperor realm powerhouses cannot comprehend it if they are not fated," Zhou Jie said. His meaning was clear. There was no need to care about heart force because it could only be obtained by fate. Zhou Qingxian could not help but nod slightly. She clearly understood the meaning behind Zhou Jie's words and did not ask any more questions about heart force. "It is time for us to return. Along the way, let's take some treasures back," Zhou Jie said. Zhou Qingxian and Emperor Tianqi nodded in agreement. "Most of the treasures left here by Senior Ancient One are useless to me. However, Your Highness and Tianqi, if you like anything, I will take it for you." Zhou Qingxian nodded and said. With her cultivation, ordinary monarch-level treasures were dispensable to her. Only late-stage monarch-level treasures could arouse her interest. For example, the Wanjie Rubik's Cube. Zhou Qingxian had already returned it to Zhou Jie along with the Azura Dreamland. Such treasures were rare even in this secret realm. It would be very difficult to find one on the way back. Zhou Jie and Emperor Tianqi were grateful to Zhou Qingxian for her words. Zhou Qingxian then led the two of them back. In the blink of an eye, another 50 years had passed. On this day, Zhou Qingxian led Zhou Jie and Emperor Tianqi back to the first level of the secret realm. Obviously, they had decided to leave the secret realm. During these 50 years, Zhou Qingxian and the other two had obtained 11 treasures. 9 of them were monarch-level treasures. Although the other two could not be considered monarch-level treasures individually, they could be used together and were disposable weapons of mass destruction. These 2 treasures were naturally given to Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie named them the Yin-Yang Kill. As for the other 9 monarch-level treasures, Zhou Qingxian was forced by Zhou Jie and Emperor Tianqi to choose one. Zhou Jie chose 4 of the remaining 8 treasures and gave the other 4 to Emperor Tianqi. In fact, Zhou Jie had many treasures, so he did not need many treasures. However, 4 of the 8 treasures happened to have auxiliary, defensive, and life-saving effects, so Zhou Jie chose them all. After all, Zhou Jie had the Wanjie Rubik's Cube, the primordial 8 slashes, and the Azura Dreamland. It could be said that he did not lack offensive treasures. As for life-saving treasures, the more the better. When Zhou Jie and company left the mystic realm, it could be said that they had returned from a fruitful journey. Every one of them had benefited greatly. Ignoring everything else, just the fact that the three of them had obtained a heritage was more valuable than taking away all the treasures in the mystic realm. After leaving the heritage mystic realm, Zhou Qingxian did not choose to return to the mysterious Heaven Star Palace with Zhou Jie and Emperor Tianqi. Instead, they headed straight for the Inspector Heavenly Alliance. Their target was the Inspector Heavenly Manor. As the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. With Empyrean Lord Inspector dead, the entire Inspector Heavenly Alliance was without a leader. There was bound to be a power struggle, but now Zhou Qingxian planned on plundering most of the resources that the Inspector Heavenly Alliance had accumulated over a long period of time. With her strength, she could even control the entire Inspector Heavenly Alliance, but that would require quite a bit of effort. After all, the Inspector Heavenly Alliance had numerous experts and many trump cards. Now, Zhou Qingxian was in a rush to plunder the Inspector Heavenly Alliance's resources because she was certain that many of the Inspector Heavenly Alliance's experts had yet to return from the mystic realm. Furthermore, Zhou Qingxian considered the fact that the three of them were about to leave the Imperial Blood region to find Sacred Emperor Ancient. They would not have the time to manage the Inspector Heavenly Alliance, so it was worth it to plunder the Inspector Heavenly Alliance's resources before leaving. Just as Zhou Qingxian expected, not only was the Inspector Heavenly Alliance without Empyrean Lord Inspector, many of the other Empyrean Lord experts were not present. Some had left, while most of them had entered the Heritage Mystic Realm. Under such circumstances, the Inspector Heavenly Alliance naturally had no way to stop Zhou Qingxian and company. Zhou Qingxian barged straight to the core, which was the Inspector Heavenly Immortal Manor. After plundering it, she left. Following that, Zhou Qingxian and company returned to the mystical Heaven Star Palace. They planned on tidying up what they had obtained from the mystic realm and taking away some of the mystical Heaven Star Palace's resources before disbanding. Zhou Qingxuan's plundering had definitely offended the Inspector Heavenly Alliance. If she were to leave, the mystical Heaven Star Palace would naturally be in danger. It was better to disband it. Zhou Qingxian originally planned on setting off after tidying up, but Zhou Jie was in a rush to digest the nomological insights he had obtained from using Beyonder powers. He wished to enter seclusion in the mystical Heaven Star Palace for a period of time. Zhou Qingxian naturally agreed to Zhou Jie's request. Therefore, Zhou Jie began his seclusion in a cultivation mystic ground in the mystical Heaven Star Palace. This seclusion lasted for a very long time. This chapter, Imperial Blood Region, came to an end. The next chapter, Void Origin Realm. Chapter 371. This time, Zhou Jie spent more than 740 years in seclusion to digest and absorb the comprehension of the laws. This was under the condition that he simplified the comprehension and comprehended selectively. When Zhou Jie finished comprehending the laws for more than 700 years and opened his eyes for the first time, he sighed and showed a trace of loss on his face. At this moment, even if an ordinary person saw Zhou Jie, they would feel that this was a man who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. His eyes were extremely deep and profound, as if he could see through everything, but they were also full of sorrow. However, the sorrow in Zhou Jie's eyes was dispelled after a few seconds. His eyes became clear and cold again, full of determination. No matter how difficult the way of the laws is, I will continue until the day I can resurrect you, Zhou Jie suddenly said to himself, and the determination in his eyes became brighter. Then, Zhou Jie thought for a while. With a thought, he took out all the treasures that could be considered useful and placed them on the ground or in the air in front of him one by one. There were a total of 7 things, namely the Wanjie Rubik's Cube, the Chaos 8 slashes, the Azura Fantasy, and the 4 Emperor-level treasures he got in the Secret Realm in the last period. The reason Zhou Jie had taken them out at this moment was because his current attainments in the Tao of Laws could be said to be completely different from before. It was even to the extent that it could be said to be the difference between the heavens and the earth. This was truly because Zhou Jie had comprehended too many laws in the past 700+ years. And it was precisely because his attainments in the way of the laws were high that Zhou Jie could exert more of the power or effect of the Emperor-level treasures, so he was anxious to study them. As for the divine secret mirror, Zhou Jie just wanted to take it out of the space between his eyebrows, but he found that it was still difficult to activate. Zhou Jie frowned and planned to put it aside for the time being. After studying the 7 treasures in front of him, he would focus on studying the use of the divine secret mirror. Putting aside the 3 treasures that Zhou Jie had obtained earlier, the 4 new treasures that he had obtained were basically auxiliary treasures to him. The first was a silver bell treasure called the Heart-Cleansing Bell. It was an Imperial Lord artifact, and it had 2 main effects. The first was to resist soul attacks, illusions, and so on. The second was to assist in cultivation and recovery of soul energy. Zhou Jie valued both of these effects, so he treasured it very much after obtaining it. Since the threshold and upper limit of the usage of the Clear Heart Bell were not particularly high, Zhou Jie could exert 70 to 80% of its effect before he had comprehended the law for 700 years. Now, he simply tried it again and found that he could exert its effect to the extreme. He nodded slightly and directly put the Clear Heart Bell into his inner space. This was something that Zhou Jie could not do before he comprehended the law of space for 700 years, but now his attainments in the law of space were enough for him to do this. As an imperial artifact, the divine mirror had its own soul, which meant that it had its own consciousness. It spontaneously integrated into Zhou Jie's body to open up the space. Following which, Zhou Jie's gaze landed on the second treasure he had just obtained, a pair of purplish-black combat boots that were shrouded in bluish-black smoke-like energy. It was called Chasing Stars and Moon. As a pair of shoes treasure, its effect was self-evident. Naturally, it could greatly increase one's movement speed when worn. Previously, Zhou Jie had only tried it out briefly. Now, he planned to wear it and use it with his own secret technique, 3000 volts lightning, to see how much his speed could be increased with his current cultivation realm. However, because the test of the Chasing Stars and Moon required a large space, Zhou Jie temporarily put it aside and looked at the third new treasure. It was a scroll of formation called the Strong Thunder Formation. Naturally, there was a formation engraved in it. With a certain amount of energy, the formation could be displayed. At that time, Zhou Jie did not try it. He just looked at the introduction and thought that it could be used as a life-saving item when he was seriously injured, so he took it. Still, because of the limitation of the space, Zhou Jie also moved the Strong Thunder Formation aside. He planned to find a place to activate the formation and see how powerful it was before testing the Chasing Stars and Moon. The last new treasure was a palm-sized black skin. Although it looked very inconspicuous, it was actually a very good defensive Imperial Lord artifact. It was called Shield Transformation, and its effect was nothing more than to neutralize attack. What was rare about it was that it could change in size and shape. In other words, it could change into various shapes, and it could even be worn as clothes. At that time, because Zhou Qingxian was present, Zhou Jie did not directly put the shield transformation on his body, nor did he study it. Now, with a thought, the shield transformation flew to his side. At the same time, all the clothes on Zhou Jie's body were taken off. Then, the shield transformation began to adhere to Zhou Jie's body, quickly turning into a set of inner armor like a tight leather jacket. Then, Zhou Jie tested the defensive effect of the shield. Finally, after a rough evaluation, He nodded slightly again and transformed another set of clothes to cover his body. After that, Zhou Jie took the Azura illusory realm and studied it for a while. He noticed that this Imperial Lord armament really only had the effect of placing people within an illusory realm. Zhou Jie couldn't help but shake his head slightly, and then he thought for a moment before he put it away in his spatial ring. Then, there was the primordial 8 strikes. This time, Zhou Jie tried to activate it again and had a deeper understanding than before. He could clearly feel the terrifying power of the primordial 8 strikes contained in the primordial 8 strike. It was mainly of the fire attribute. The primordial universe flame was sealed in the depths of the primordial universe flame. Zhou Jie no longer had to use all his strength to release a trace of the primordial universe flame. Now, he could almost release a trace of the primordial universe flame with a thought and control it very well. It was a world of difference from before. Not long after, Zhou Jie put away the primordial 8 strikes and summoned the Wanjie Rubik's Cube. With a thought, he began to analyze it. As the name suggested, the Wanjie Rubik's Cube could be said to be a Rubik's Cube, and the way to operate it was similar to playing with a Rubik's Cube. However, the difficulty of rotating the Rubik's Cube here was too much, and the complexity was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Zhou Jie analyzed for more than 40 days in a row before he stopped. The moment he opened his eyes, there was a little more solemnity in the depths of his eyes. Obviously, he had encountered an unsolvable difficulty in analyzing the Wanjie Rubik's Cube. This also represented the upper limit of the Wanjie Rubik's Cube that he could activate. This Wanjie Rubik's Cube is really not simple. With my current ability, I'm afraid that I can only activate less than 1% of its power. Even so, I can compete with ordinary late-stage emperors with it. Zhou Jie could not help but sigh at this time. As for why he thought that he could use the Wanjie Rubik's Cube to fight late-stage emperors, it was because he had fought with the Dark Demon Emperor before. He had some understanding of the strength of ordinary late-stage emperors. After putting away the Wanjie Rubik's Cube, Zhou Jie's body floated up, and the strong thunder array and chasing stars and moon came to his hands and feet respectively. After putting them on, Zhou Jie opened the cultivation room, turned into a thunderbolt, and instantly appeared 10,000 meters above the mysterious Heaven Star Palace. Then, Zhou Jie thought for a while and sent a thought to Zhou Qinxian. Then, he activated the chasing stars and moon and disappeared from the mysterious Heaven Star Palace. All along the way, Zhou Jie sped up madly without any goal in mind. The might of Star Chase was ceaselessly erupting, and at the same time that it eliminated the spatial obstruction in front of Zhou Jie, it provided support for Zhou Jie's acceleration. So, under the circumstances that Zhou Jie didn't teleport, his speed had arrived at an extremely shocking level. Even an ordinary imperial monarch at the later realm would be extremely astounded by such speed. Moreover, this was under the circumstances that Zhou Jie hadn't utilized the lightning flash technique. However, after activating the chasing stars and moon to the limit, Zhou Jie found that it was extremely difficult to use the 3000 volts lightning to increase his speed. After trying a few times, not only did he not increase his speed, but it also affected his speed. Helpless, he could only reduce the speed of the chasing stars and moon while continuing to try to use the 3000 volts lightning. Zhou Jie did this because he wanted to find a point where he could activate the chasing stars and moon and use the 3000 volts lightning at the same time. This way, he could maximize his speed while maintaining the flexibility of his movement technique. Chapter 372. Zhou Jie tried for a long time before he could be considered to have confirmed the limits of his speed by relying on Starchaser and Lightning Haste. The results delighted Zhou Jie. This limit of his speed far exceeded his speed when he utilized lightning haste or starchaser alone. Moreover, he retained the ability of lightning haste to split into 3,000 to the greatest extent. Zhou Jie felt that just this alone would allow him to steal the limelight from most late-stage imperial monarchs. After flying freely in the universe for a long time, Zhou Jie finally descended into the sky above a desolate planet while still feeling unsatisfied, and he took out the hard lightning formation diagram. After a simple sensing, Zhou Jie activated the formation diagram and tossed it towards a designated area of space. The formation diagram instantly erupted with shocking energy of the laws of lightning, and then it linked with the space in an area of a few thousand kilometers to produce even more terrifying lightning energy. Moreover, it instantly formed an enormous formation that enveloped an area of almost 5,000 kilometers in diameter. Zhou Jie frowned slightly when he sensed the might of the formation. He sighed in his heart. After all, it was only a low-grade imperial monarch treasure, and the might of this formation couldn't be considered to be very strong. Even though it was more than enough to deal with ordinary initial-stage imperial monarchs, it was slightly insufficient to deal with mid-stage imperial monarchs. On the other hand, it would probably be good if it could obstruct a late-stage imperial monarch for an instant. However, Zhou Jie's attainments in formations weren't low, so he'd thought about it a long time ago. If the might of this hard lightning formation diagram wasn't ideal, then he would personally think of a way to improve it. It would be best if it could obstruct a late-stage imperial monarch for a few seconds at a critical moment. Only then would it not be in vain for Zhou Jie to use it as a life-saving method. Of course, in reality, even though the hard lightning formation diagram was a low-grade imperial monarch treasure, it was a rare treasure as a formation diagram, because such treasures could be said to have very low requirements towards the user's cultivation, and even overlords could use it. So, its value was completely comparable to many mid-grade and even high-grade imperial monarch treasures. However, as a holy son, Zhou Jie's appetite was too picky, and it could even be said that he was arrogant. So, it was extremely normal for him to be dissatisfied with the hard lightning formation diagram. After stabilizing the hard lightning formation diagram, Zhou Jie entered the formation and started to carefully sense the circulation of its might throughout the formation. Gradually, his expression turned solemn while his brows knit together into a rope. It was no wonder that Zhou Jie was acting like this. Even though his attainments in formations weren't low, it was still at the overlord level, and he was still able to understand imperial monarch formations. But it was still imitating creation. But Zhou Jie didn't want to give up easily, so he began to ponder over the hard lightning formation diagram and tried to improve it directly. Several days passed in a row, but Zhou Jie didn't succeed in improving even one part of the formation. The difficulty of improving the formation was beyond Zhou Jie's imagination. If I have the materials to imitate this hard lightning formation diagram, I estimate that it will take me hundreds of years to set it up. This improvement is actually more difficult than imitating it. I think too highly of myself. Zhou Jie finally gave up the idea of improving the formation on the basis of the original formation and thought to himself. But this didn't mean that Zhou Jie didn't have a way to strengthen the lethality of the formation. It seems that this is the only way. As Zhou Jie spoke, he turned his hand and a black sphere appeared a few inches above his palm. The black sphere that Zhou Jie took out was a formation container that he personally made with specific materials. It stored highly compressed moyu venom. The mola fish's venom was capable of corroding the body and stable energy of living beings. It could even corrode and destroy the body of an ordinary imperial monarch. Moreover, soul energy couldn't come into contact with it. Only unstable offensive energy and some substances could block it. Zhou Jie had collected a large amount of such substances. In the next few hours, Zhou Jie engraved a small formation in the hard lightning formation diagram and sealed a large amount of Moyu venom in it. In this way, he could enhance the lethality of the hard lightning formation diagram. After doing all this, Zhou Jie returned to the mysterious Heaven Star Palace. A few seconds after he appeared in the square of the mysterious Heaven Star Palace, Zhou Qingxian and Emperor Tianqi appeared not far in front of him. Sister Qingxian, Brother Tianqi, I'm fine now. I can set off for the realm of Spectre at any time. What do you think? Zhou Jie asked as soon as he came up. Hearing this, Zhou Qingxian was the first to respond. Tianqi and I have been waiting for your highness to come out of seclusion. Now that your highness is fine, we can set off now. Yes, I'm ready as well, Emperor Tianqi said. Then, shall we set off now? Zhou Jie asked tentatively when he heard both of them say so. Zhou Qingxian and Emperor Tianqi nodded again. Zhou Qingxian took out a star boat. It was a treasure that was specially used for long-distance interstellar travel. It was many times more advanced than Zhou Jie's Kaji. Back then, Zhuo Hong had a low-level starboat. Although Zhou Qingxuan's teleportation was faster in terms of speed, it would consume a lot of energy and was only suitable for short distances. For a journey that was tens of millions of light-years long, the journey would be much more dangerous. Therefore, teleportation was definitely not suitable, especially since Zhou Qingxian had to take care of Zhou Jie and Emperor Tianqi's speed. Therefore, the starboat was the fastest and most convenient way to travel. Therefore, everyone boarded the starboat without any objections. Under Zhou Qingxuan's control, the starboat turned into a rainbow light and disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already 10,000 meters away. It kept accelerating and flashing into the distance. The purpose of Zhou Jie and the other two was to find the ancient divine emperor according to the information in the inheritance. To be precise, they were looking for the doppelganger created by the ancient divine emperor with the immortal blood. As for the ancient divine emperor's real body, it had been killed by the powerhouses of another holy land when the Zhou holy ground was destroyed. Zhou Jie and the others' destination was the ghost realm in the scattered star sea. The realm of specters was not a space zone, and the chaotic star sea was not a vast sea of stars, either. The so-called chaotic star sea was actually an area between two seas of stars where a special universal force existed that could offset the influence of the gravity difference between the two seas of stars. The place where such a force existed was the chaotic star sea itself. According to the information in the inheritance that Zhou Jie and the others had obtained, the Ghost Realm was located in the scattered star sea between the Qianyu Star Sea, the star sea that Zhou Jie and the others were in, and the War-Dead Star Sea. It was also worth mentioning that the scattered star sea was extremely dangerous because of the existence of the special cosmic force and the instability of the spatial energy. Basically, it was very difficult for anyone below the Emperor Realm to pass through. Therefore, most masters at the Lord Realm would stay in the Star Sea where they were born for their entire lives. Very few of them could go to other star seas. Moreover, even imperial monarchs couldn't be fearless in the chaotic star ocean because once the dangers hidden within the ocean erupted, then even imperial monarchs at the later realm might lose their lives. So most cultivators below the Universe Emperor realm had to be careful while traveling through the chaotic star ocean. During the first few days of the journey, Zhou Jie and the others did not cultivate. Instead, they took out a pile of food and had a discussion around the stove. They talked about their experiences, and they gained a deeper understanding of each other. They also trusted each other more. This was especially true for the friendship between Emperor Tianqi and Zhou Jie. During this period of time, their relationship had taken a qualitative leap, and they both regarded each other as true friends. However, even though Zhou Jie and the other two had lived for a long time and had countless things to talk about, They started to run out of things to talk about after a few days. Naturally, they sat down on their own sides and began to cultivate. Zhou Qingxian even had to spare some of her attention to steer the star boat forward. However, this didn't stop her from cultivating. Time passed very quickly during cultivation. In the blink of an eye, several hundred years had passed. Zhou Jie's cultivation had stepped into the middle stage of the Emperor realm and was close to the late stage. It could even be said that he had surpassed Emperor Tianqi. Speaking of which, it had only been a little over 1,000 years since Zhou Jie had broken through to the Emperor realm. For him to advance from the initial stage to the middle stage in such a short period of time, this cultivation speed was extremely terrifying. In particular, Zhou Jie was close to the late stage of the Emperor realm. This was even more rare. Even in the Zhou Holy Land, there were only a handful of people who could reach this step other than the Holy Sun. Of course, this was naturally attributed to the comprehension of the laws that Zhou Jie's transcendent power had given him. It should be known that the advancement of the Emperor realm mainly depended on the comprehension of the laws. The improvement of the energy stored in the body and the soul was secondary. Although the body and soul were the foundation, the power of the laws was the most advantageous weapon for an Emperor realm master. It was the foundation that determined the strength of an Emperor realm master. Compared to it, the strength of the body and the soul were naturally secondary. Chapter 373. During the long journey, Zhou Jie was lucky enough to enter the state of epiphany. After he woke up, he asked Zhou Qingxian how much time they had left, and Zhou Qingxian told him that they would arrive at the realm of specters in about a year. It meant that the star boat that Zhou Jie and the other two were on had been flying in the chaotic star sea for a long time. During the journey, they had encountered several space storms, black holes, and other obstacles. However, with Zhou Qingxuan's help, they had resolved them without any danger. Soon, more than a year had passed. Finally, one day, when the star boat was sailing, Zhou Qingxian noticed the anomaly in the outside world. She stopped the star boat and told Zhou Jie and the other two that they had entered the realm of specters. Naturally, Zhou Jie and Emperor Tianqi were quite delighted. They had finally arrived at the destination that they had been looking forward to for so long. Soon, Zhou Qingxian and the other two appeared outside the star boat. The three of them extended their senses to the maximum at the same time to check their surroundings. At this time, the three of them were in the boundless space of the universe. Around them were wisps of white fog. Moreover, this fog was very strange. When one's perception touched it, it was like solid ice, cold and hard. It was very difficult to extend one's perception. The deeper they went, the thicker the mist became. 10,000 kilometers away, it was completely white. There was no telling which planet it was, but the light that illuminated the surroundings dimmed a lot because of it. Zhou Jie was the first to try to dispel the mist with his energy. To his surprise, he found that, although the mist seemed thin, it would take the strength of an ordinary adult to shake it, even if it was only the size of a finger. Zhou Jie could not help but guess that the mist was so thick that even Star Lords could not resist it for a long time. However, Zhou Jie had forgotten that he was in the chaotic star ocean, which had a powerful force field that would burst out unstably from time to time. Even the Lord-level experts had to be very careful here, and Star Lords couldn't survive in the first place. On the other hand, close to the fog, the force field was weakened and stabilized, allowing Star Lords to survive. After a brief investigation, Zhou Qingxian suddenly said, "According to Senior Ancient One's instructions, this is the outer region of the realm of Spectre. Due to the obstruction of this strange mist, we can't use starboat. Let's fly with our fleshly bodies." Zhou Jie and Zhou Qingxian had no objections to this. However, Zhou Jie's inheritance was different from Zhou Qingxian and Zhou Qingxuan's. he had a more direct guidance in his mind, so he could always sense the general direction of the location indicated by ancient divine emperor. Hence, Zhou Jie replied, I can sense the direction of the destination that Senior Ancient One is guiding us to. Let's just fly straight ahead. Zhou Qingxian and Qingxian were already aware of this, so they were not surprised. They nodded and followed Zhou Jie forward. The speed of Zhou Jie and his companions was not slow, about 1/3 of the speed of light. After flying for a short while, they were surrounded by fog everywhere, but it was not as dense as they had imagined. It was just that the fog had gathered into cotton-like pieces, but there were many gaps between the pieces. Therefore, Zhou Jie and his companions' senses could still extend quite a lot into the distance. It was also the fundamental reason why they dared to fly at 1/3 of the speed of light. If their senses were limited to tens of thousands of kilometers away, they would not be able to predict the situation ahead or around them at such a speed. Therefore, Zhou Jie and his companions certainly did not dare to fly at such a speed. The universe was vast, and flying in it was undoubtedly boring. In particular, it was different from shallow cultivation in a spaceship or a starboat, because one had to be aware of the surroundings all the time in case of danger. However, Zhou Jie, Qingxian, and Qingxian did not complain at all. They flew in the same direction for almost 5 days without any change in direction. Suddenly, Zhou Qingxuan's eyes lit up with joy. She quickly transmitted her voice to Zhou Jie and Qingxian. There is a void continent up ahead. It seems to be alive. After hearing Zhou Qingxuan's words, Zhou Jie also transmitted his voice to the other two. I can sense it too. Our destination seems to be up there. Zhou Jie and Qingxian were immediately excited. After greeting each other, the three of them gradually increased their speed. In just a breath's time, they appeared in the sky above the continent. The periphery of the continent was surrounded by a thick atmosphere, which was unique to most habitable planets and continents. After Zhou Jie, Qingxian, and Qingxian entered, they looked down and saw a vast expanse of white snow. Countless white snowy peaks rose and fell continuously, extending thousands of kilometers away. Zhou Jie, Qingxian, and Qingxian were not surprised by this, because they were at the periphery of the continent, which was close to the environment of the universe. Besides, the planet that illuminated the continent should be on the other side of the continent, so it was normal for it to be cold. According to the guidance in Zhou Jie's spirit realm, the three of them flew at a high altitude and headed toward the center of the continent. However, after flying for a short while, Zhou Jie, Qingxian, and Qingxian were surprised because they had naturally sensed the continent below. The gravity of the continent was very strong, but Zhou Jie, Qingxian, and Qingxian's senses could cover at least a few million kilometers. However, they were surprised to find that the residents of this continent were generally very strong. Most of them were Star Lords, and the weakest were close to the early Star Lord level. Some of the stronger ones were even Lord level, and there were quite a lot of them. Almost every 100,000 kilometers, there would be 1 or 2 Lord level cultivators. Within a short 2 million kilometers, there were more than 10 Lord level cultivators. Even Zhou Jie could not help but be shocked, not to mention Zhou Jie. It should be noted that Zhou Jie's homeworld, the Wanhai Star region, usually had no more than 20 to 30 Lord-class experts, and at most, there would be no more than 40 Lord-class experts. Most of the other star regions would have no more than 50 Lord-class experts, but on this void continent that was tens of millions of miles long and wide, there were actually over 100 Lord-class experts, according to the density calculation. However, after flying for nearly 8 million kilometers, Zhou Jie, Qingxian, and Qingxian also found that most of the 40 Lord-level cultivators they had sensed were at the first layer of domain. Only 20 to 30% of them were at the second layer, and only 4 were at the third or fourth layer, with only 1 being at the first layer. Through this discovery, Zhou Jie, Qing Xian, and Qing Xian deduced that this place must be abnormally rich in energy, which made it easy for the local residents to cultivate. However, the cultivation system must be relatively poor, which led to the scarcity of Lord-level cultivators as they advanced. There it is. At some point, Zhou Jie pointed at the foot of a mountain in front of them and said directly to Zhou Qingxian and Qing Xian. At this time, they had already slowed down. The two did not reply and naturally followed Zhou Jie down. Soon, they arrived at the foot of the mountain that Zhou Jie had pointed out. There was a village at the foot of the mountain. Zhou Jie, Qing Xian, and Qing Xian concealed themselves so that it would be difficult for anyone below the Imperial Emperor realm to detect them. Only then did they quietly land in front of a wooden house in the depths of the village. "Your Highness, is this the destination?" When Zhou Qingxian saw Zhou Jie bring them to land in front of a wooden house, she couldn't help but ask in surprise. "Yes, it is here, but—" In fact, Zhou Jie was also very confused. The instructions that the ancient emperor had given him clearly pointed to the wooden house in front of them, but this wooden house was just a very ordinary wooden house. Just as Zhou Jie, Qing Xian, and Qing Xian were feeling incredulous, the door of the wooden house suddenly opened. Creak! A sallow and emaciated middle-aged man opened the door and walked out. However, because Zhou Jie, Qing Xian, and Qing Xian had concealed themselves, the middle-aged man directly ignored them. He went straight to a small stool beside the door and sat down. Then, he crossed his legs and turned to look outside the village. No one knew what he was looking at. Zhou Jie and the others were not surprised by the appearance of this middle-aged man. As mentioned before, the wooden house was a very ordinary wooden house. Therefore, the three of them had already easily penetrated the wooden house and sensed this middle-aged man. After discovering that he was just an ordinary person without any aura, the three of them felt confused. However, through the guidance of the ancient emperor, Zhou Jie soon found that the guiding feeling was under the wooden house in front of them. This calmed him down. After informing Zhou Jie and Qing Xian of this, he planned to go under the wooden house and get the guiding object. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.